right, I did this the other day off stream.
What's up, everybody? Good to see you all. It has been a minute. Freaking camera. Yeah, this week was annoying, to say the least. All right. So, the last time I saw you guys, I think, was last Saturday. Yeah, missed basically a full week. So, my normal days off are Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, I had a migraine. And so I missed Tuesday and then lost my internet for the rest of the week until sometime last night. What's up, Magus? So yeah, my internet was down. A tree trimming company, a block and a half or 2 blocks down from me, lost control of a very large piece of the trunk of the tree they were dropping. They were felling a large tree, and they tied off, from what I was able to get from one of the people who lives closer to where it happened and what they saw. They tied off on one end, but didn't tie off going the other way. And so when the wind took it, it spun it, and they only had one anchor to hold it in place instead of 2, which is how you should have it, from what I'm told by professional tree fellers, arborists. And it spun and it snapped the carabiner that holds the line somewhere along the structure, and then fell and hit the pole and then ripped all the cables down on one side. So that was power, phone, internet, like fiber and cable internet, all down. So in one sense, it's good that it hit the power too, because otherwise it might have taken a lot longer to get everything fixed. But because the power line was damaged, they not only had to restore power much quicker, because that is a, necessity, but also it required them to get on it quickly because it was a live line that was down. So back up now. Everything seems to be working on my end, but if anything cuts out or we have any chop or any issues, we'll address as best we can as we get there. But the good thing is that we get to play hard mode again. So Hellraiser gave me not only the most updated version of hard mode, which is 99.99.9.6, but he also gave me a patch because he said that he ran into a crashing issue pretty early. So he provided me a patch already, which is awesome. And yeah, so there is, let me load this in just so we got some Geoscape music. That's not the Geoscape. All right. Bob, I intend to finish off Halcyon. This week was just crazy, and as soon as I had hard mode available, I wanted to get back to it. So some of you are not familiar with hard mode, so I wanted to touch base on some of the things about hard mode. Also, while we were getting ready, thank you, Bob, for 17 months at tier 1, and Bazaar all for 18 months of Prime. That is absolutely awesome. Thank you both. Welcome back to the Echo. That's one of the biggest things that is a concern for a streamer when you miss a period of time, like a week of streaming, because people who don't check in because you're not live will often let their subscriptions roll off and stuff like that. You miss a week, you can lose 25% of your subscribers. So the fact that you guys are still around is awesome. And I know it was only a week, but given the history I've had in the past with internet companies and being down for extended periods of time, I was not happy at the prospect. It's not like I'm happy that I lost the week, but I'm glad I'm here now. So, for those not familiar with hard mode expansion mod is a mod made for classic UFO defense by a mod author named Hellraiser. The mod is very close to vanilla compared to a lot of the other overhaul mods. So certainly compared to something like, I'm gonna sneeze, maybe. Compared to something like XCOM Files, it stays much closer to the vanilla game. It does make additions. There are some additional weapons. Primarily, it adds weapon types that you would expect to see and only weren't in the original XCOM because essentially the sprite limit didn't make it possible for them to have that many different things in. So it adds things like shotguns, sniper rifles, grenade launchers, hand-carried grenade launchers, and it adds a couple more weapons on the upper tiers. So your laser weapons have a laser shotgun. They have two variations of the heavy laser, one being a sniper and one being closer to like the heavy plasma. Plasma also has a sniper rifle and shotgun added in. There are also melee weapons. They don't feature as heavily as in something like Files, but in my previous campaign, which was my second time through hard mode, this will be my third, we did use melee weapons, particularly on our close assault troops. And they were extremely valuable. There are also things like drones added in, which a lot of you are familiar with from other overhaul mods. They are pretty well balanced. They are a necessity, at least in the way I play the game. And thanks to some of, I'm not trying to take credit for it, but we as a community suggested that there should be a third tier of drones, like there was a third tier of tanks. Because now the tanks have standard, alloy, and then hover tanks, and there's also a subset, which is walker tanks, which is essentially sectopods for XCOM. Drones previously, in my previous two campaigns, were just standard and alloy, and there was nothing above that. Hover drones are now in the game, which give you a highly mobile, even better armored scouting unit. And the drones and tanks feature smoke launchers on them with a limited amount of smoke that they can deploy, 3 shots, I think, per deployment, but it allows them to create smoke in a smaller area and also cover them, more importantly, often cover themselves with smoke immediately, because cutting line of sight is damn important in hard mode, to say the least. So we have hover drones now. We have both the walker tank variations in. There are a couple more tiers of armor. So you have vests, alloy vests, then you get into personal armor, then you get into power suits, reinforced power suits, flying suits, so on and so forth. So it adds equipment without adding so much that the game feels bloated. It doesn't feel like XCOM. It does, is what I'm saying. Hard mode feels kind of like a natural expansion, with the amendment that originally it was made solely for superhuman plus difficulty, meaning superhuman, and the difficulty is higher even than that. So if you're wondering what we're playing on, it will be superhuman. And in my own estimation, depending on your own skill level, hard mode on superhuman is somewhere between 3 and 10 times harder than a normal superhuman campaign. However, Hellraiser did add a script in so that now hard mode is playable on lower difficulties. So he added, the biggest change in that regard is the economy. Everything costs more, everything is worth less than in the base game. You can't make a lot of things that you can make in the base game, so the economy is a big challenge. Another big challenge is laser weapons. You don't just start researching them right away. Laser weapons require you to interrogate a live alien. They require a couple things. They require you to interrogate a live alien. You cannot interrogate a live alien until you have an alien containment, and you cannot build an alien containment in hard mode until you've scoured an alien base for the required components to build a containment. So you are required to take down an alien base before you can interrogate aliens. Beyond that, you are also required to get an alien data slate, which is a research piece that unlocks laser tech essentially for humanity. Previously, this was carried by commanders and alien bases. So the first alien base you did not only got you the tools for containment, but it got you the all the things to go towards laser. That alien data slate is no longer located in alien bases now. It is located on lab ships. So you are required to take out an alien base and a lab ship with ballistic weaponry before you can even try to get to laser. Yeah. It's gonna be fun. So they should be turned on. Let me double check here. Channel point rewards in the Twitch chat should be on for classes. Now, one of the ways that I've always tried to make UFO defense of any version we play a little more entertaining is to designate soldiers to classes, essentially limiting the equipment we place on them and specializing them towards a particular role. So, there's 8 classes. If you type, is it roster? How do I have it set? Oh, they may be locked. Hold on. And I gotta figure out which command I set it for. I mean, this is the problem with not streaming all week. Oh, it's probably soldier. Hold on. All right. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay, I will unlock those. Give me just a second. Let me get you guys the link for what will be the roster sheet. Same one we used in the past, just updated for campaign 3 and with a different roster. Sheet listed. Okay, so exclam roster will now show that. And let me get over here. Channel points. Power-ups and rewards. Turn off the Doomp Squad. That's well done. These are not locked. Hold on. Oh, because I gotta...
Welcome back.
Hey, thank you so much. I will see who that was in just a second. All right, let me get in here. Manage reward queue or redemption queue. I don't like why these are paused. Okay. Now, I will also say this. My intention is that this campaign will be pure Iron Man. So, I am going to do my utmost to make it a pure Iron Man campaign. I will pull a backup regularly, just to ensure that we don't lose progress in the event of a crash or something like that. And there we go. So the class redeems and the cloning redeem should be available. The cloning redeem is essentially when you die, if you want to get back in with the same class, you can do that. I will tell you right now, we will do it like every UFO defense campaign I do. You can sign up now, and I will create a list tracking everybody who's signed up. I will not start naming soldiers until we have a campaign going. And with hard mode, that might take a while. So if you redeem, you don't have to keep redeeming, whether that's later today or in subsequent days, because the first time we played hard mode, it took a week to get a campaign going. The second time, it took a little bit less time, but still a lot of time. So, yeah. Just Raise the Dead, thank you so much for the 14 months. Glad to be here. Sucks the internet decided to go down when they damaged it, but... And if you're wanting to do a randomized one, it should be the redeem called Let Fate Decide. It's got the icon of the dice, and that will randomize a class for you. The Commander's Choice clone is essentially me being able to clone any soldier I need for the sake of the campaign that has died. And then the normal clone redeem is when you die, you can pay to get yourself back in with channel points. So, yeah, choose a class, and I will get you on the list. And then when we start naming people, we will go in order of stats, essentially, right? Not every soldier has the stats to be a sniper or a rocketeer, and we'll just go and get everyone in. Well, I don't do night missions very often, Cursed, but, and I also, you know, I appreciate suggestions, but I do know hard mode pretty well. I'll just say that. Revive will be the same class. If you want to change classes, you can redeem a different class instead of redeeming the clone option. So if you redeem as a medic, you die, you clone, you come back as a medic again, you die, you decide you want to be something else, you redeem a different class at that point. All right. So there is no real additional challenge added on top of this. Hard mode itself is a hell of a challenge, even for me. So, Banelink, thank you so much for 6 months. Welcome back to the Echo. You guys kicked off a hype train. You guys are awesome. So yeah, hard mode itself is a heck of a challenge. And I say this without any braggishness or with the humility that is appropriate for it. I'm one of the best classic XCOM players in the world. And hard mode is a challenge. It's not just a challenge in the difficulty of the gameplay. It is a challenge of endurance. It is not a short campaign. It is a campaign that takes consistency over a long period of time. And for some people, it can drag out and be a little bit tedious in that regard. But for me, unlike something like Files, which has all kinds of extra stuff that kind of feels hollow, because it doesn't actually, a lot of it's just fluff, and those missions get very repetitive. The missions in hard mode can get repetitive, but because of how challenging every one of them is, I never found it to be tedious. It never dipped down into tedium. I always felt that heightened sense of needing to be aware, even on a small ship recovery, until the very late game, needing to focus. And even then, you better be careful, because an alien with an Illyrium, you know, ammo clip and a plasma sniper rifle can one-shot anybody. So, you're never safe. So, Canis, welcome back for 16 months. Glad to have you here. So, the additional challenge is that it's superhuman and I'm going to play Iron Man. There's no other challenge tacked onto this. Well, the class system that I use can be seen as somewhat of a challenge, because instead of just throwing the best weapons on everybody and going, but that's one of the differences as well with hard mode to original, like vanilla. It's not just laser rifles and then heavy plasmas on everybody. There are different weapons for different situations, and it's important to know when and what to use. Also, things like blaster launchers and blaster bombs, we can't craft those in this. You can't craft alien alloys. You have to recover constantly to not only make sure you have... And alien alloys are used for everything, even laser weaponry. There are different tiers of craft available. The lightning, which is essentially the replacement for the... Or the thunder, which is the replacement for lightning. Whatever. Oh, excuse me. The hybrid craft from the vanilla game, which is a fighter transport, in hard mode is like the de facto craft you use for most of the game once you get to it. So there's a lot that's going to go on here, and it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a challenge. And yeah. Need a free year to finish it? Yeah, Pepe. Hard mode isn't quite that long. I will say this. My first hard mode campaign, if you added in all the time to get the campaign started, which was a full week, hard mode, the first hard mode campaign was nearly 400 hours. So it's not a short playthrough. But at the time, I wasn't playing any other games. So I was streaming hard mode 4 or 5 days a week and nothing else. And it took like 3 months to get through it. So I will play some other games throughout the weeks as we go through hard mode. We'll play FTL, we'll play STS. It's not going to be a short campaign. This is going to take us probably the bulk of the summer to get through, depending on how fast we get a campaign started. I've not played X-Pirates much. I've played it a little. I haven't streamed it any. It's very much in the same vein of Files for me, and that I like a lot of the aspects of it. I like a lot of the things it wants and tries to do, but it's so far departed from XCOM that it almost doesn't feel like I'm playing XCOM, which is not a slight against it. It's just not in my wheelhouse specifically. So we'll get the 40k mod someday. Very possibly, but I was waiting with bated breath for hard mode, and I'm glad it's back. So all right, I've been talking a lot. I'm sure you guys are ready for some gameplay. I don't know how long today's stream is going to be. I started a little bit later because I have not slept basically at all this week. My sleep schedule is completely screwed. I know, what a shocker, right? What a revelation, what a new thing in my life. But having no internet for most of the week, I was on my computer tethered through my phone, which can handle download enough to, like, watch YouTube. I was able to log into WoW and chat with a few people, but I couldn't really do much. But it has no upload. So I wasn't able to stream off of that tether. I tried. I tested it. It wouldn't work. So not having internet all week was a bummer, and it definitely added some stress and got me even more out of whack. So we are going to have a good day, though. We're going to be here for at least the next 4 or 5 hours minimum. So it may not be the longest Saturday ever, but we're going to have some fun. We're going to crack into hard mode 3 of UFO Defense, hard mode expansion, and we're going to have some fun. Hey, it's only like 35 minutes in. Why don't I do an intro? Let's go. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is for you, wherever you are. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, thanks for being here. I'm the voice, and this is the Echo, where everybody has a voice. That means me, you, our games, our characters, our stories, our heroes and villains, successes and failures, the ups, the downs, the good, the bad, the wins, and the losses in all things sci-fi and fantasy, particularly and especially gaming. This is a place where we come together to enjoy those things alongside challenging gameplay in a chill environment as part of an awesome community of amazing people. That is each and every one of you, whether it's your first time here, whether you're a long-time regular, whether you're a lurker or a chatter, whether you recently returned to the stream, stumbled in by accident, got here through a raid one day, found us on YouTube, or tuning in on the YouTube side live, or don't even know how you got here. The time you choose to spend here is awesome and amazing and extremely valuable to me, so thank you very much for that. And thank you for all the ways you guys choose to support the stream, the channel, the community, and me, and give me the continued opportunity to create this space, curate this experience, and share some good times, good vibes, and good games with a great group of awesome people. Today we are playing one of my favorites, and one of our favorites around here, Classic XCOM, UFO Defense, Hard Mode Expansion. This is our third campaign in this mod. It has grown at each campaign that we've played with additions and tweaks and more challenges. Oh, there are other fun things in this new one, like celatids that multiply by themselves when they're off in the distance. Chrysalids that eventually... zombies that eventually burst into chrysalids, like in the new COM games, as opposed to just staying zombies until you shoot them. More aggressive terror units, berserkers, reapers, silicoids that do melee damage are more aggressive to charge at you and smash you. Should be a lot of fun. It's going to be a challenge. I almost don't expect to get a run going today because of what's going to be involved in that. But we're going to do our best. We're going to have some fun. You guys can sign up. I will start naming after we get a campaign going, which is going to be what we're going to try to do. So let's jump over to the game. I also have to reset up. Hey, you want to maybe capture OpenXCOM here? It's a new version of OpenXCOM, so that's why I didn't grab it. Chat looks like it's lined up properly over here in the little corner. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to get back to the main menu. I was just loaded in so we could hear the Geoscape ambience. And I did a little bit of testing. That's the one I was on. Testing our Iron 10 initiative. All right, hard mode expansion mod. I'm going to go over the options real quick just so you guys can see all the options. Everything here is essentially almost doesn't matter because hard mode sets a lot of these rules for themselves. This one right here, aliens pick up weapons. It says no, but in hard mode, it is hard-coded as a yes. So aliens will retrieve weapons. So, yeah. You want to disarm them, you better pick up their weapon. Improved heavy laser doesn't matter because it's different in hard mode, but hard mode expansion itself is turned on. Options. They're pretty much the same as they always are for me. So, autosave frequency is set on 5. That just limits us, any crashes or anything, from hurting us too much. Again, custom initial to base doesn't matter. It's actually defaulted into the game, as is aggressive retaliation. Hard mode sets these all themselves. Explosion height is set to 3, wherever it is. That's default in hard mode. Or that's suggested by Hellraiser, I should say. Instant grenades and alien weapon self-destruct are locked to no. You can change those, but why would you? Alien bleeding is on, which makes capturing harder, but also lets you kill some stuff. So if you type exclam settings in the Twitch chat, you should also get a rundown of the settings we're using. All right, let me see. Yeah, and if we come across anything where it seems like an option isn't working as it's supposed to, we'll adjust accordingly. Superhuman, Iron Man. Here we go. My standard start location for UFO defense tends to be right here. Echo base. Hangar. Hangar. I'm not using an alternate start for different craft. We're just going to go with what we've got right here. Living quarters. Small radar. Workshop. Laboratory. Okay. All right. Now, the craft, you do start with a lot more this time than in previous. So you start with a tank cannon and a tank rocket launcher. Combat knives, pistols, rifles, shotguns, sniper rifles, heavy cannons, autocannons, grenade launchers, rocket launchers, lots of grenades. Medic packs are essentially your early game med packs, and they are extremely heavy and extremely inefficient. But they're what you start with, so... Yeah, just hard mode, no brutal AI. So I've spoken a bit about brutal AI in the past. I also don't think that hard mode needs it right now. Hard mode AI uses a lot different scripting and aggression levels. Brutal AI is not... I'm going to be diplomatic here. It can be. But hard mode uses the sneaky AI parameters. It uses some squad sighting rule sets for the aliens with sniper rifles. A lot of the aliens have psi awareness or psi vision, that it's not a base thing. So hard mode doesn't need brutal AI to be extremely challenging. And my experience with the brutal AI was meh. But I will be completely transparent and say that part of that is because of the reaction by the individual who programmed the brutal AI to my criticism of it. I critiqued an aspect of it. They essentially told me I was wrong and stupid and didn't understand it. So I chose to not give it much more of my attention at that point. So, I beat the brutal AI in a vanilla UFO defense campaign in about 8 hours. I did it on a weekend, on a Sunday, on a Saturday, Sunday. I finished stream. People had talked about it all day that day, so I loaded up a vanilla UFO defense with brutal AI turned on. It took me about 2 hours to kind of get the gist of how the brutal AI responded and the differences between it and the base game. And then I started another campaign, and it was about 6 or 7 hours total over that evening and the next Sunday to just beat a vanilla campaign of it. It was harder than the normal AI, but it felt harder mostly just because it was programmed to be harder, not because it was programmed to be harder in an interesting way. The aliens did use grenades a little bit more, and they were certainly more aggressive at times, but the solution for the brutal AI to me was just sacrifice soldiers regularly, rookies that didn't matter, squatties and rookies, just use them as scouts because they didn't matter anyway, and just level everything. Just use an inordinate amount of explosives. Because in the middle of the game, you can fund your entire economy by just making laser rifles or laser cannons. So just blow everything up. I had like 4 rocket launchers on every ship and just leveled everything. I never did a terror mission because you don't need to, and terror missions were just a pain. I never fought an alien battleship because you don't need to. I just waited till they attacked my base and captured a commander, and went to Sidonia and used a couple blaster bombs to just find the brain, and boom. Now, I love a challenge. For those who might be new here, thanks for tuning in. We're about to get started. I know it's a lot of talking. When we start a new campaign, we kind of recap and go over everything before we dive in. My biggest draw to most games is the level of challenge they pose, while still being enjoyable, and not just challenge. Difficult for the sake of being difficult is not enjoyable to me. Difficult because of good design, that is enjoyable to me. Difficult because it was made to be difficult, but it was done in a thoughtful way, in a way that allowed the player to learn it, to overcome it. Think of a From Software game, right? They're difficult, and they're made to be difficult, but they're made with an avenue in which the player can discover a way to win. In fact, people have discovered many ways to win, but there's no doubt that they're difficult. Difficult just to be difficult, arbitrarily challenging with no real way for the player to get around it without cheesing it or doing the one path that was set out to win. That's not enjoyable to me, personally. So, hard mode has been a good one since I discovered it. This is why I'm playing it for the 3rd time. It's a multi-100-hour campaign, and this is my 3rd time playing it for a reason. It's really good. Now, in our 2nd campaign of hard mode, Sidonia was a nightmare. The surface of Mars was brutal because of the way the AI understands the location of the player, and the surface of Mars is like 4 times bigger in hard mode than in the middle of the game, and has like 70-something aliens on it, and like 40 of them are carrying blaster launchers. It was brutal. Now, Hellraiser did say he tweaked that a little bit, changed the composition of the surface a little bit, of the aliens on the surface a little bit, and whenever we eventually, hopefully, get to Mars, we'll see what's up. It's going to be a lot of a challenge, though. I'm looking forward to it. So, all right. I've been missing a lot of chat because I've been doing all the chatting. Plasma fields. You said wish there was a mod to recruit rescued civilians. Hellraiser and I actually talked about that as one of the options that could make terror missions a little more desirous to do, because in previous hard mode campaigns, after the early game, when you didn't have to do it to maintain score, most of the time terror missions basically just got ignored because they were too difficult to be worth the nothing you got for them. And one of the things we had discussed as a way to maybe mitigate that some was any civilians that were rescued or survived would have a chance to potentially join XCOM as either a scientist, an engineer, or a soldier. But implementation was difficult, and I wasn't really sure. I proposed to him. It was his decision. It's not my mod. I wasn't really sure how you would make it fit, like, logically. But it was something I discussed with him. What he did instead was, now, much like Files in a way, terror ships are now present at terror sites. So you get the recovery of the terror ship if you win the mission. And because Illyrium and alloys are so valuable in hard mode, that's really good. I don't know if it'll make terror missions worth doing, but at least in the early game when you kind of have to do them so you don't tank score, at least you get something more out of it. All right. All right. Okay, so we got a lot more stuff to work with. Research. Let's see if there's anything different here. Alien threat, soldier armor repair, HWP repair, support drones, explosives. Okay, there's a lot of stuff I'm going to want here, right? The alien threat probably leads into, like, laser weapons and things like that. Motion scanners are necessities. If you're not playing with motion scanners, even in the vanilla game, you'll win a lot more, I promise. Support drones are obviously extremely valuable and necessary as well. The ability to repair our tanks and our soldier armor, also very good. Probably support drones to start, but... Alright, how'd we do on our starting soldier stats? Bravery sucks. Everything else looks actually quite good. Reactions are mid. Oh, you can also see that, much like in files now, nationality flags are available. I may add that as something you guys... I'll probably let you guys choose at some point, but it's going to be a lot of upkeep, so we'll see. I'm also going to show you guys one thing real quick. Before I know, a lot of talking today. Before I get deep into a campaign, I want to show you guys something that I did, that if you play this, if you play hard mode, you're going to see differently. So I'm just going to start a battle here. You can see that the buttons and everything they look like the vanilla game. And that's something that you won't see if you play the game yourself. So I'm gonna show you real quick because I want to be transparent about anything that I've adjusted. Okay. Documents. Open mods, hard mode, rule set, extra sprites. So if you download hard mode and you play it, you'll notice probably right away the same thing I did, and I changed it because I didn't like it personally. These buttons are different, and for me, I didn't go for it. It's probably because I've played so much of original vanilla that the change in the UI here just looks so foreign to me, but it does add the avatar. It does change the buttons, which some people may find more readable. For me, it was just too visually jarring and different from the vanilla, which I'm so accustomed to looking at. The vanilla UI in UFO Defense feels like home to me. I've seen it so long and so many times. So it being different was immediately very jarring to me. So I did change by just removing a section of one of the rule set documents, which just adds these sprites in. I did change that for mine, so. Also, because this is still limited in hard mode to the vanilla avatars, there's not a whole lot of variety there anyway, so. Let me just put this back. All right, now we can play. See, I didn't find it easier to see. I can understand that that will be the case for some folks. It just was not the case for me at all. Okay. Now, it's been a while since I could say that I played some hard mode, yeah. Junai 1776, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Echo. Glad to have you here. Okay. What's up, Voldaris? Holy crap, Voldaris gifting 5 subs to the community. That is absolutely awesome and amazing. Thank you so much for that generous contribution to our awesome community here. Okay, I have to get my head back in here and figure out what I need to do. Thank you so much. All right. We do start with armored vests, and I find that armored vests are a toss-up. honestly. Because, no, they definitely offer enough protection to be worth it. Because this is a, you know, figure this is, on average, 25 or 30% more chance that you're gonna not take damage. They do cost you some stamina, but I think they're probably worth it. Great addition, too. Something that makes absolute sense. Now, I might take them off some soldiers, just based on their own stats, but... Interceptors. I know cannons definitely have a little more usability here, but the biggest one is laser cannons once you get to them. Definitely are more applicable than in the base game. But I think I'm gonna do Avalanche Stingray on both the starting interceptors. Oh, another change that was common in some other XCOM mods and added to hard mode is if you're running using the alternate movement methods, it will not trigger mutual surprise. Meaning if your soldier is running, he might just get blapped by reaction fire. So you have to walk and not run if you don't want to trigger reaction fire and trigger mutual surprise. That is likely something that is going to cost me multiple soldiers. So, while I get used to that. Alright. Okay. Normally you do 20 scientists and, like, only 2 soldiers, but in hard mode, I'm gonna go more on soldiers because of the fact that we're likely to lose soldiers. I'm gonna go like that. We'll see how that works. This is gonna be getting used to hard mode again and getting back into it. I don't expect this first campaign to just rip off into the stratosphere. It's likely to flounder. So expensive. Gonna need another living quarters. Gonna need a large radar. All right. So, I think motion scanner is the better first option here, but explosive ammunition... Oh, yeah, and in hard mode, you can repair armor and drones and tanks. Which also means most of your bases need to have workshops in order to repair the equipment, and you will have multiple parties boarding or landing parties at multiple bases, generally speaking. You're not going to do this with one group or a single base, so... So the reason why motion scanner could be so valuable early is because it gives your engineers something to produce. Not only are motion scanners good, it gives your engineers something to produce to help offset their cost. And the economy in hard mode is the biggest challenge outside of the aliens that are trying to murder you. So... But support drones is also something I want to get to as fast as possible. But I think motion scanner is the correct first option. Although explosive ammo is definitely something to look at as well. All 3 of these are very crucial. But here's the thing. Drones are useful, but they're a lot more useful with motion scanners attached to them. Which you need both of these to be able to do. I'm gonna go with my gut. It serves me well most of the time. Alright, let's look at Looking for high reactions. 52. Flavio Correa. Flavio. That's a good soldier. Alright, you're at the front. Oh my god, the music. Seems like the audio is a little bit quiet. I'm going to turn that up a little bit via OBS. You guys let me know if it's too loud or too quiet, but this track's too good. So good. Alright. Alright, where's my second highest in reactions? 42. Not a ton of high reactions. 45. Got pretty good stats. Low bravery, though. 52. Again, yeah. So, alright. Where's that 45? Siliano Terra. Zig, Zag, Zog, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Hope you guys are doing great today. What were we playing? I hope it was awesome, whatever it was. I hope it went well. Alright. Hugo looks like a potential sniper. Let's slide him to the back. Anna. Alright. Rufino has really low accuracy, but good strength and good throwing accuracy, so kind of an engineer, potentially. Rounded stats here. A little bit low on the firing accuracy. Okay. I'm not going to get too much into this, but we'll try to get them set up in a way that makes sense. Okay, shotgun shells. Combat knives. Let's put the tank cannon on. Tank cannon, as opposed to the tank rocket launcher or the tank cannon in the vanilla game, tank cannon fires explosive rounds. They have a small explosive radius compared to a rocket, but it is way more useful than just the single shot, no AoE cannon from the vanilla game. So tank cannons are great. Long war and went well. Glad to hear it. Yeah, we're back to old school with the hard mode mod, which is one of my favorites, and I'm looking forward to it. Heavy cannon, yeah, that's fine. Take the auto cannon off for now. I'm not gonna not use it, I just want to think about that a little bit more first. Smoke. I just put those grenades on for now. Rocket launcher. Got 2 on board, that's fine. More rockets. More dots. Proxies, very good. Incendiaries, we'll see. Incendiary grenades, nice addition as well. Medic packs, electro flares. Okay. Let's get some simple loadouts put together here. A little bit heavy there. Drop the knife. And then 1 grenade and you're good? Yeah. Okay, you are going to be on a grenade launcher. You're a little weak for anything too extravagant. And yes, I will use a lot of smoke grenades here. If you're new to the channel, get used to that. Smoke grenades, smoking saves lives in XCOM. What's up, nobody? Your stats kind of suck, Paven. Yeah, they're quite heavy. Do it like that. We want to keep a med kit on somebody. Okay. Alright. Got research going on the motion scanner. We've got more soldiers and stuff coming in. So the research is going to be alloys into alloy frame into the retaliator, which is the better. Yeah, I've got to remember how hard mode goes again. So there is no penalty in hard mode. Hard mode uses the same aiming and accuracy rules as the vanilla game. So it doesn't work like files with the accuracy penalty if a target is in smoke or not seen by the targeter. So again, it stays very close to vanilla in its execution of the rules, while adding to it in what I think is a great way. You can also see the addition of all the cities and stuff to just give the world a more realistic feel and more places for terror to target. So yay. All right, let's see how we do. Very small. Almost always see a very small. Very early. It's your first little taste. He's going to Olzen's home and a few others. Scalix, I believe, as well, who I haven't seen yet today, but very small. He's just a small guy. He's just a little guy. One thing that always happens in hard mode is in your starting region, there will be a fleet sometime in the first month that builds an alien base. That is a necessity because you are required to get an alien base in order to get containment done. It will always be a floater base. Floaters are the first aliens you encounter in hard mode, whereas sectoids are the second because of the additional threat of psi strength against you. So and I will do this at night because it is just a very small. So alien bases in hard mode affect your score 7.5 times more than they do in the vanilla game, meaning leaving alien bases up wrecks your score. Now, the score you can get per month in hard mode is much higher because there's a much greater density of missions after a while, but we're gonna make a quick adjustment to our loadouts here. Oh, that's right, these don't need to be primed. This isn't files. So, the only thing I don't like about this is that my default for my soldier weapons is right hand. And in order to access the items, you can press Q and E, respectively, for left hand and right hand. In the base game, the tank weapon is on the right side. But here, it's the smoke launcher. So I will screw this up repeatedly until I get the muscle memory back that the weapon is left side and the smoke launcher is right side. I wish these were swapped, I just gotta say. I know, I just mean by default, crazed. Okay, we are in a corner, so that's good at least. He nailed that tree stump. Good job, bud. Tiny map, which makes sense for a very small craft. Oh, aliens also have no limitations on explosives, launchers, none of that shit. So in the vanilla game, depending on the difficulty you're playing on, there is a turn gate before which the aliens will not do things like throw grenades, fire launcher weapons, whether that be small launchers or blaster launchers. So if you're playing vanilla UFO defense on Superhuman, I think it's 4 or 6 turns before the aliens will throw a grenade at you. That's not the case. If the floater was right here, which is a possibility, he could just walk right here, chuck a grenade in, and your mission's over. And we've had that happen. So, no safety net of a buffer there. And small launchers are not just stun weapons. So essentially, the small launcher is a continuation of the rocket launcher or the grenade launcher line. So this grenade launcher fires in an arc. It's an indirect weapon, indirect fire weapon. The small launcher in hard mode is the same way. It is changed from a direct fire to an indirect fire arcing weapon, and it has multiple ammo types. So it will have smoke, incendiary, explosive, and stunning. So this enemy won't have a small launcher, just commentary as we get back into this hard mode, so. Yes, they absolutely will. All of these soldiers flashed with the hit indicator at the beginning of the turn because they took stun damage. So, I just noticed that, but that's exactly what that's from. Yes, I'm cursor scanning. You can call it cheating if you want, but I use the tools at my disposal. The alien here will often be where his craft is, not always. It's right there. So that's the craft, that's the lift right there. What I don't want to do is lose a tank here, because the tank's like $500,000. Which I know is like nothing compared to like real world dollars. You know, that's not how a tank would cost, but it's a remote thing. It's not, you know, not an actual tank. I'm gonna see. No, I'm not. I'm gonna wait. Let's just do this. Keep our tanky boy covered. That was not very good cover for the tanky boy. I gotta rebuild habits. Thankfully, those habits are not very far below the surface for me, having played so much of UFO, but... I need to set one up again, Boog. I was thinking about that, and I will probably get one set up before the next session. The program I was using before, I do not remember what it's called. It was literally just a little script, just a Word document script that, as I used a hotkey, would rotate the number on a Word document, and then I just captured that document into OBS. I just need to reset something like that up, and I haven't yet. he has a shotgun. That was a plasma shotgun. I'm not gonna have the time units for this. Oh, maybe I will. Come on. I just need a little bit of vision here, you bitch. Okay. Move here. Throw this to them. Gotcha, bitch. Duck down. Let's see. Tanky floater. That tracks. Son of a bitch! It didn't damage the tank at all, but come on. Look what they did to my boy. All right. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So annoying. All right. Cool. Come on. Bro, do better. At least we saw the shot scatter there. Don't hit your own people. Nice. Cool. First alien of Hard Mode Campaign 3, at least the first attempt, is dead. These are the little cutscenes from the PS1 version. Big score. That's right. 14 all the way. Not bad. Plasma shotgun, mine probe, floater corpse, alien alloy. This craft literally exists to get you that one alien alloy. Hugo and Anna, the two snipers. All right. Nike cross. Okay. All right. So now if we go in here, we would see alien alloys, floater corpse, but motion scanner, drones, importante things. That's okay. The tank came through fine, so. Well, in vanilla, you're not guaranteed to see a very small in your opening region, but yeah. Mine probes are good money, yeah. You could sell the alloy. You wouldn't exactly soft lock yourself because there will be more craft. That one is just a guarantee in hard mode. The first handful of ships are scripted in hard mode. There's a very small, there's a small, and then there's a fleet to build the base. There may be others in there, but you could get it from any other UFO. That's just a way for you to get it as early as possible, essentially. Now, one of the things that determines how we do here is how quickly the first fleet shows up and which ship I decide to go after in the first fleet. Do I go after the small ships because they will be easier to accomplish a successful ground mission against? Do I ratchet up the threat level and go right after the lab ship, which will have the alien data slate on it? Do I go right after a battleship and try to take that out right away? It's doable. It's extremely dangerous, but it's doable. I think the most likely course is, if I'm going to go after one of the big ships in the fleet, now that data slates are moved to the lab ship, that would be the ship to try to go after. That's going to mean blaster launchers. So would a battleship. I don't relish that prospect. I mustered it. Ah, condiment joke. I'm very tired this week, so I'll probably be a bit goofy. All right, let's see. Not bad. Okay. That's what I want to see right there. That's a front line. Hello. Those are good stats. Those are good stats. Bravery's a little bit low, but those right there, that's maximum. That's nearly maximum. That's nearly maximum. That's a hell of a good start. All right. All right, let's put Damian Bohm on towards the front and Henningsen in the middle. All right. I didn't buy more armored vests. Take it off the snipers for now. Don't need that. Cursed orange.
Twitch won't end the spam, so I may as well share, I guess.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Echo for 19 months. That's absolutely awesome. My nose won't stop itching. I'm sorry. Heavy. It's not too bad, though. Let's roll with that for now. All right. That's right. We're playing on pure Iron Man, so I'll just have to go through the backups to back one up if we have any trouble. All right. There we go. Ooh, we can get this in the daylight. Okay, this will be the first real challenge here. Oh, it's part of the fleet. Okay, the problem here is that it's already landed, so I don't know if that's the battleship or the lab ship. I kind of need to see the other one in the air. See if we can scout around a little bit. We're going to do this small craft because it's landed. So it's going to be most likely an excavator, but it could be... Yes, both are listed as very large. So the lab ship comes in as an additional very large ship. It is Zero Fox. It's not a great... Like, it's very challenging. It's definitely doable. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for the average player. This is so good right here. Because this is so demonstrative of the additional aggressive deployment that the aliens have in hard mode as opposed to vanilla game. This dude is on us from the go. You piece of shit, tank. I swear. By the moon and the stars. Oh, I hit this guy. Hell yeah, good job. Good job, tank. That's a plasma sniper right there. I do like the change here to the screen. This sprite, I like. Whoa! 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 So there's another one that I can't even see looking at us. Alright, this is going to be tricky depending on if he's got time units to shoot at me. Okay, cool.
It's a trap!
It is. It is definitely a trap. But I always think everything could be a trap. Which is why I'm still alive.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Ooh, he's bleeding. You don't want to bunch up because grenades, but you only have so much room to deploy when you start. Come on. Ooh, ooh, nice shot. Okay. Okay. I want to use thrown grenades more, but early loadouts are limited by soldier strength and, you know, other factors, so. There's a smoke there. No grenade, no grenade, no grenade, no grenade! Huh! I wasn't worried. What's up, bro? You're bleeding. I ain't got time to bleed. Oh! That's another wonderful thing. Because of the way the damages are adjusted slightly, tanks can be actually tanky a little bit. And it's good. Tell me you've got this shot without turning. Good job, Rufino. Rufino! I know it's not exactly, but... Ooh, that's annoying. Oh! Holy shit, what a shot! Damn. He's like, I can't shoot this guy, but that guy's dead. Yeah, plasma pistols on most of them. Although the one that shot the tank, I think, was that plasma sniper. So the green is normal plasma, and then the orange is Illyrium clips. Yeah. But this is the very first fight, so... not many, if any, Illyrium clips yet. Dude's got a knife, gonna shank the tank. He will, too. Alright. Oh my god, he's one time unit short of tossing that down. Son of a bitch. Didn't spread far enough to hit him, but worth a try. The ground is in the way of you throwing the thing on the ground? Doing okay. He's bleeding. Where's the guy over here that was bleeding? I don't see him on the ground. Whoa! Sir? You're gonna need to stop that. I might have found my soldier already. Get wrecked. How many are down? See, this is why I need the scumbag counter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this guy was bleeding. Wow, that rocket did a lot of damage to the terrain there. Holy crap. Impressive. Alright, this is a cool thing with grenade launchers. Let's smoke. We're down to just a couple of them left. There was this guy over here who was bleeding, but I haven't been able to... It's possible that he was one of these two that moved close together. Medium scout. Hello, sir. Plasma rifle. Okay. Rufino. Dunked. Oh. The hill got in the way. Pretty far throw. What's your strength? Pretty low. What's yours? Not much better. Alright, yours is good. Let's try it this way. It's close to him. I don't know if it's close enough that it'll do it, but... Wow, I'm even more impressed with the shot he made earlier because he did it with a smoke grenade in his hand. So we know there's at least 2 of them left. Also, in hard mode, there are more enemies on every ship type, and it's almost always the maximum number of enemies, which is the demigod difficulty setting. He damaged him, or at least hit him. Whether it damaged him or not is actually a different story. Hello, boys. How are we today? Ooh, he got a big old plasma sword. Alright. Let's hot potato this down here. Do it. I am clicking on her. Change people. See if this will work. Oh. She hit the hill right here. Alright, well, the tank, you know, tanks just want to have fun. Oh, tanks. Just wanna have fun. Now, I shot that guy because he has a weapon that can shoot me from range. This guy has to get close, so... We know there's another enemy over here with a ranged weapon, though, because it shot at the tank in a previous turn. Franz, good to see ya. This hill's gonna be in the way. Nope, nope. Hugo said the hill is not in the way. What hill? My way? Nah. Nah, I'd win. Hugo's sniper rifle versus a hill. Get donked! Get absolutely donked! No! You stop it! Ow! Well, let's see if Rufino's got it. Rufino did in fact have it. It's a lot of enemies. I'm gonna have to get used to that again. The last couple times I played UFO, we were playing not hard mode, and the number of enemies was, you know, the vanilla game. This is a medium scout, and it's got the crew of a supply ship in the vanilla game. Hey, Darth, Magus, Zero, Cursed. If I didn't really greet you guys today because I was talking so much at the intro that I didn't take the time to greet everybody, but thank you all for tuning in today. It's absolutely awesome to have you here. You bitch and a half. Okay, that's a problem.
Hello there.
Because scouting him is going to be more difficult, but I has a solution. Yeah, Brimcon, it just wasn't for me. I just wasn't gelling with it, you know? All right, come on. Hey, stop. Perfect throw here. Come on. That's a damn good throw. It's not perfect, but that might get the job done. That's why we don't prime it first. I don't know if he's still in the ship, but if he went back inside and he has to come out that door, he gonna die. He didn't die. Rufino, blind shot right here. No. That wasn't quite it. All right. Wrong key. This is where the mission gets dangerous. When your scouts and your tanks are dead. That guy's almost certainly bleeding because of the proximity grenades, but... Ah. I wasn't worried. There's more. Fuck. Files just has too much in it. That's what it comes down to for me. Files just has too much clutter, too much junk. And I like features and additional stuff in games, but Files does not have a balance between putting stuff in the game and yeah, so and keeping it entertaining, because it drifted into monotony and tedium. And there was so much stuff in Files that was cool, but was used for a tiny fraction of the playtime before it was basically pointless. I like exposition. I'm a Tolkien fan, but Files is just like a lot of stuff that has no bearing on what the player ever actually does in the game. So, okay, we haven't heard the door open. What turn are we on? Oh, shit, that's right. In hard mode, the aggression turn is not turn 20, it's turn 14. This one. She's not going to be able to throw this, because she's going to have to turn and only have one time unit. We'll see if we hear the door. Not yet. Come on. I know you're in there. Yeah, that doesn't mean they'll, just because that's the aggression turn doesn't mean they'll charge out. Ooh. Behind us and killed the sergeant. You son of a bitch. And this guy wasn't bleeding. He was never... We never interacted with him before this moment. Fuck you. Good mission overall. All right. There will be no shortage of these to come, so... Okay. Thank you, Hugo. Okay. We have... Stop. Sorry, the dog is laying right against my desk and then scratching, and it's shaking my whole desk. Go. You goofball. Okay, so we have a terror ship, a supply ship, and an excavator among these. I still don't know where the other very large is, and I don't know which one is which. Large wouldn't be terrible, except that I only have a tank rocket launcher now. My tank cannon is busted. I'm a little bit, not annoyed. Is annoyed the right word? It's frustrating I didn't see any of these in the air, because I wanted to be able to see the other very large so I could determine which one was the lab ship, because if I'm going to go after a big ship in the early game, it should be the lab ship. See if this is terror or supply. I caught it, so it has to be supply. All right. Supply ship is definitely a possibility. I should maybe go after this excavator. There's the base. So that's the terror ship. Or else it's the second supply. But it should be a terror ship. Gleaser, thank you so much for gifting 2 subs to the community. What's up, man? Good to see you today. Still don't see the other very large, which means this is probably the battleship. And thank you and welcome back yourself
Howdy.
for 32 months. Howdy indeed. Okay. I'm gonna try to shoot this excavator down. That's the supply ship. So UFO 6 is the supply ship. They should land twice as part of a base building fleet. That is a battleship because it is going 5,000. Lab ships top out at 4,800 knots. Excavator, put it on the ground. Good. Oh, Gleaser's been here for hard mode before. He knows. He knows. Come on, land. It's still very low, so it should land again. Go verify what I think, that this is the correct one. Okay, it did land. Damn it. You patrol for just a minute. I just want to verify that these are the right ones. I don't want to fight a terror ship. Although it probably wouldn't be that bad. There's no blaster launchers. Fuck you, game. Alright, I think this is the supply ship. We're gonna find out. Okay, we're gonna ditch this for this. Okay. Right in a city. Awesome. Save your smoke. That's right. Rocket, not cannon. It is the supply ship. Supplies! Bro! Why you gotta be so tanky? I'm gonna murder you anyway. What's up, Moose? We got one in here because that door's open. That's dangerous. The fuck? This is going to be interesting. And this door's open. I don't know if that was from him coming in. No, because the door opens. The way the sprite works, the door will open in the way he walks. I don't know if it was him walking in or another one walking out. But he's really close to us, and I don't like it. And there's not a whole lot I can do about it. Except that. So we know there's one up here. We know there's one right here. Son of a bitch. That makes this mission not impossible, but I should probably just leave. Didn't hit him, hit the wall. That hit him. With no motion scanners, no drones, and no tanks, this is suicide. That's not where I wanted to fire that, because I didn't want him to get hit. Thankfully, he didn't, somehow. Don't hit your boy. Double kill. Damn! Alright. That building is a fucking floater's nest, which is not cool. That guy would have destroyed us, because I had no idea he was there. Yeah. The smoke between him and the building was... Motherfucker, you did not just walk in like you... Okay, yeah, this is where this is where this campaign starts over. Motherfucker, you did not just tank that hit. Now, apparently I tanked his shot, so kudos to me, but... You really needed to kill him. Bro. That's why I wear the armored vests. Son of a bitch! It's a shot! Dude! That is not a hard shot to make! Fuck! You all just want to die. That's the only explanation for this. Not enough to shoot. He's gonna kill some people. Nice reaction shot. Now you hit the fucking wing. This guy has time units. So hit him with something that's more likely to get him. Damn! Nice. Okay. Hole. Kind of forgot about you. Easy. Easy? Easy. Knew it. Anyone keep an account here? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I've killed 8, 9. That's less than half, still. When a floater breaks, no, it don't break easy. Those shots were some of our worst. I don't like that I don't have a lot of distance to that door. But I think we can line up here and create a firing line. Alright, we're gonna need some more tools here. Ooh, okay. In a lot of situations, having lost... The fuck? A tank and multiple soldiers, I would have just restarted, but we're just gonna see what we can do. It's the same method I always work with in these games. You don't have to restart. The campaign isn't over, but it's often just worth restarting instead of taking the big hit in the very earliest part of the campaign. Holy fucking heavy plasma. I don't know how he made that shot. That's exceptionally impressive. Oh, now you've just given him an opening. No. Bad floater. Dude, all my fucking shotgunners. Well, not all of them, but... Good job. Problem is, I still got this fucker up here. And I don't know how I'm going to be able to get vision of him. Sorry, I know I'm not talking much right now either. This is, trying to focus. All right. We know this guy was bleeding. We also know he's holding a fucking heavy plasma, though. All right. Yeah. Clipped him. He bleeding. Good job. No sprinting. Just slow down and get some energy back. Hello, sir. You've been doing so good. Why would you choose to miss now? Get dunked. I do need to get a scumbag counter. I originally introduced it during hard mode because there's so many more aliens in the UFOs that we needed to be able to keep track of how many we'd taken out so we knew how close we were to the end of the ship. One of the bleeders just died. I hope it wasn't this guy. Okay, good. That means it was probably the guy up here. But it could have been one that was just knocked out on the ground, too. I don't think it was this guy, because I think I'd see his body. Yeah, it wasn't him. Bro. Bro. Bro, bro. Bro, bro. Ooh. You're under an awning like a bitch. Alright. I got you. Boom. No ammunition loaded. God, I'm glad I stepped him off the corner. That's why I stepped him one additional tile in. For that exact reason. You got a rifle? You got a fast car. You ain't got the accuracy. Okay. sir. No one needs to be up there like that. Where did you... Hello? Like a fart in the wind. Who saw this guy? You must have. Or you did. I don't see the body for that floater. Of course, he could have drifted out and gone down or up or any number of places. Okay, this guy, scary. Please don't get shot through these windows. Don't get shot at all, but definitely don't get shot through those windows. Alright. If he's up here, his only way out is through this staircase right here. There's no holes in the roof. He can't go through a wall arbitrarily. And this door hasn't been opened yet. Howdy. Break mutual vision. Whoa, 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 whoa! Stop it, you piece of shit! That is not acceptable, sir. You and your Illyrium clip having ass. Unacceptable. Nice throw. That is spicy. You gotta get some energy back. So, this floater up here could come out this door. But both these doors are covered right now. We will hear a proximity grenade go off if anyone comes out that door. Now, they could already be outside the ship, and it won't do us any good, but... was right here, but he could be anywhere up here. Didn't kill him. Can you spot him? No. Right there. It's rare, but obviously not impossible, as we just saw, that a floater can survive a prox grenade. Gotcha, bitch. Nice. That's a big one. There was another one up there. You fucker. Now we might be at the point of too many losses. But... God, you need motion scanners so badly. That's right. Got one there. Son of a bitch. Nail him. As soon as I step this corner. Come on. Bop, bop. Nice.
How is it possible I got unsubscribed? Definitely needed to fix that.
Donka C, welcome back for 15 total months. Glad to have you back. Welcome back to the Echo. What's up, God Unit? Good to see ya. Dude, the hard mode's very well made. The difference in the difficulty is palpable even from the very first, or in this case, third mission, actually, third. Okay, I can't walk out here because of that grenade, so I'm gonna have to use a normal grenade to get rid of those eventually. Alright, I'm not gonna have an accurate count, but we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Because he killed one where he's 13. At least 13 dead? Maybe more? 14? Of course, that could have been one that got knocked down and we already counted the body, but now he bled out. So, we're still kind of on 13. It's hard mode. Every mission goes sideways. I got a feeling. Mostly I was aiming at this spot, but that's the same line. We checked both spots visually, but I don't trust that shit. Alright. Should take out that prox. And they walk right. The other one was still active. Good. Hello, sir. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? Gonna shoot you in the back. Fuck. Try to shoot with people that aren't where he can react first. Son of a bitch, that was close. But not close. And no, that proximity is still there. How? I'm glad I stopped. It's on the same tile, so theoretically. It's just not going away. Yeah, the grenade might be too weak to destroy the proxy. Armor is 35. It should be 50. The proxy's less survivable than the normal grenade. Less tanky than the normal grenade. It has 15 less armor. $50. 35. They shouldn't. Whatever. That got rid of it and it didn't even hit it directly. Whatever. I mean, it would have had to have been. Yeah, that's the only thing it could have been. Yeah. Of course, that's the one that does it. You suck. Stop it. Yeah. I knew it was gonna clip somebody back here. He's not too hurt. She's got a med kit. It's likely I won't clear this mission. We've only got, what, 5 soldiers left? 6? He'll probably die. Yep. Ooh. That's what I want to see. Good job. There's another guy in here. Yep. Easy kill. Huh. All right. That's something. Okay. Storage space exceeded. Shut up. Oh, I have another tank cannon? And I did not realize that. All right. Not enough storage space. Yeah. I don't need to replace that right now. Not enough storage space. You're kind of pissing me off, game. All right. I mean, it wasn't a great mission. We lost 4 people, but... 5. No, 4. All right. Get rid of these. Get rid of the auto cannons. These are taking up a ton of space. I can eventually repair them, but... these can go for now. I'll get plenty more. I can sell them all. We're gonna get more. fire extinguishers were added, which is good. It's a realistic thing to have. That's why, because it reordered the tank cannon. Alright. Given that we already reordered one, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of those. Sorry, my allergies are really acting up. It's that time of year, so... Alright, well, we've taken some hits. Gloria's out for a while, but we're still in it. We're gonna need some more people, though. And we have an excavator on the ground. It'll be on the ground for a bit. So, being allergic to floaters, I know, right? Okay. Well, we didn't get a very large, but we did get a supply ship and the medium scout, and we might get the excavator out of the first fleet. That's a pretty good start. It's not a very large. I know you can take out the battleship early. Cursed was saying that they've done it a lot, but... the thing with taking out one of the very larges, especially if you're playing Iron Man, is it is absolutely doable. And it is also absolutely possible that it goes great right up until it doesn't. And you just get blaster bombed and that's it. So it's often worth the risk because it's right at the beginning of the campaign and you might be able to get a massive influx of resources. If your tank dies, it's over. Yeah. If you lose your scouting potential, that's it. So I generally don't risk it, mostly because I'm trying to get something going for you guys, you know, for the stream, but also even my own playthroughs. When I tested the other day, that was one good thing about the internet being down, is I was able to goof around with hard mode a lot because I didn't have any internet anyway. I did great against a battleship for like 25 turns, and then 3 floaters exited the battleship, all carrying blaster launchers on the same turn, and just bam, 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 killed literally everybody in one turn. It was brutal. So, it is doable, but it's an exceptionally big risk. Saw a ship there. And we can go after that base pretty much at any time. I'm going to try to have drones before I do that. So, my research is not directed that way rapidly, but... How is the research? Okay, we're actually going to finish motion scanners fairly soon, which is great. Alright. What we got? Gloria. Another sniper. I'll shift some of that around. Good stats overall. Yeah, just solid stats. Trying to remember my flags here, and I don't tell me. Is that Azerbaijan? Hold on. I'm thinking Azerbaijan. It is. Ah! I gotta do my flag quiz again. I was enjoying doing that because I like learning and getting more knowledge in my head. And I was doing that on stream at the beginning of a lot of our streams, and it was really fun. I gotta do that again. I also like trying to, as if it matters to me that much. It's enjoyable to start to fight against the common stereotype, which is probably very true, that Americans don't know anything about the rest of the world. I don't know much, but I try. Ooh, very nice. Okay. Those are great stats. Need one more and then the tank. Pretty good for frontline. Not the best, but certainly not the worst. Those are pretty solid stats, too. Oh, no, Cursed, I'm well aware of that. I think that the degree to which people judge Americans for not necessarily knowing much around the rest of the world, while many of them are quite ignorant about the rest of the world, is unfair to a degree. I know a lot of people who I've spoken to in Europe who don't know much about the countries that neighbor them. And it's easy to say, well, that's another country. I live in a place that isn't the biggest country in the world, but is as big as Europe, generally. And I can tell you a little bit about most of the states. So, more than a little bit. And I've visited most of them, I guess. America's big. All right, let's get these reordered. We lost most of our people who were frontliners. That's who died. That gives me 3 at the front. And Silvano. All right, Gomes back. You stay in the middle. Averhoff. Rustam, stand by Henningsen. You need to be chucking nades. Yeah, exactly, Cursed. Yeah. It's not tiny. Giggity. I'm such a child. If you're not using 30 smoke grenades every mission, are you even trying? Why does it start you with 4 rocket launchers? Yeah, 2 rocket launchers. Don't start with 4. That's a little bit overkill. Yeah, but the game doesn't start you in a position to make 2 crews with only 1 Sky Ranger. I know there's an alternate start that you can mod in to start with 2 Sky Rangers and 1 Interceptor, but still. Alright, so we just want this to finish so we can get more people. dum, dum. Come on! Be better than average. Be above average research. Sweet. Good. More storage space. It's quiet. Too quiet. Come on. Excuse me? We'll see if you get screwed by not having a radar base or not. You can't build a radar base in 14 days anyway. I wouldn't have one right now even if I wanted to have one. It takes a minimum of 24 days to build a small radar, and longer to build a large. Okay. Yeah, I could have started one. I don't have that much money. Well, I've never had trouble with it in the past, Cursed. I might now, but I'm gonna play the way I play. It's worked for me in the past. I wonder if this is juggleable at all. This is set to make sure you have to basically hit it at night. I don't know if this will despawn on its own. This is mostly, let me test this. Oh, it would be daylight anyway. Probably. It's gonna roll, it's gonna be close. Okay, we're gonna get it in the day, at least. One thing I wouldn't mind seeing, I'm not sure, it might start to drift into the realm of being too far from Classic. One of the things I've always enjoyed about hard mode is that it stays very close to Classic. I wouldn't mind a quick draw slot. that could fit either a pistol or a knife in it, like you see in a lot of the other mods. Something that's very quick to retrieve, that lessens the time unit cost. What mod is this? This is the Hardmode expansion mod, Pi 6. It is... Here, let me actually get... Because normally I have it posted in the description of the YouTube videos, but I didn't get it done in time, because I'm bad. You can check out some information about it here, and download it there if you want. It is a mod that stays very close to vanilla, adding a few things, but not changing the game near as dramatically as a lot of the overhaul mods like Files or Pirates. But it is substantially harder than the base game in just raw difficulty and challenge. And that's one of the things I like most about it, for me. So one of the first ways I described it, not specifically in the difficulty, but in the amount of stuff that it adds to the game, is very much like Long War for Enemy Within. It adds stuff, but not so much that it changes the nature of the game or the gameplay, but it adds things that feel right, like shotguns, sniper rifles, grenade launchers, more utility items, but not in the way that, like, Files does it, which I found off-putting, but a lot of people like. You have a pistol. In Files, you have 17 pistols that all have slight variations in how they work, and it honestly is a little tiresome. So... Okay. All right. I don't have another sniper rifle for him. Okay, that'll work. We'll see. That's definitely civilians fighting back, or people fighting back. Because that's not plasma fire. We're hearing gunfire. So, this is a first for hard mode, to have third party that actually combat. That's something that hasn't existed in hard mode previously. It's a military base, so it makes sense. It's nice to see it. Or hear it right now. I haven't seen shit. I heard a lot of aliens die that turn. Well, there's the terror ship. Yeah. Army soldier with an autocannon. I like that as long as it's used limitedly, where it makes sense. Military base, Yes. Put a police officer or two in a terror mission? Yes. Start having it all the time? No. Hey, look, there's like a Sky Ranger over there. That's cool. Autocannons and shotguns, huh? Mostly the reason I like it, they can soak up some of the damage. Silicoid. Just realized my chat was still just showing me the YouTube chat. Civilian weapon enthusiast. Yeah, if you have a terror mission in the South in the U.S., all the citizens, or at least 50% of them, should be armed. So, like, if you want to be accurate, if aliens landed on my street, I know like 8 people on this block at least, including myself, have firearms. So, we wouldn't, you know, just saying. Yeah, grenades can do a little bit to them, but it's pretty low chance. Silicoids are tough. Very well armored. That's a silicoid right there, that sound. A lot of city deaths. Turn around, dude. There's a silicoid over there. Turn around, bright eyes. Fire that damn thing. Just don't fire it towards us. I ain't needing that kind of mess. A sniper, you say? I can snipe. Get wrecked, kid! Good. How bad is it looking in here? Not actually as bad as I expected. Ooh, nice throw. Let's go. Nice throw. Shoot him in the butt. I did that on purpose. Yeah, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I like the map. I like the details. I like the little... And I like that there's a lot of soldiers. It's a military base. There shouldn't just be like 5, right? Calculated tactical collateral kill. TCCK. CTCK. Shut up. Sick. It's a shit kid. Got him. It's a waste of a high X for a single Reaper, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Reaction shot from one of our boys? No! So much happening. Back off, Silicoid. Run away, civilian! Oh, soldier. Stop! Soldier, you are way too close to that thing. I'm sorry about this. Sorry, Miss Soldier. Motherfucker didn't even die. Bitch. Sorry, but you stand right next to the damn thing. What can I do? What can I say except you're welcome? Now you should totally get the fuck out of the way. Can damage. Not huge, but it damaged. And I think a sniper can punch? I doubt the grenade launcher can, and I'll wind up hitting the Sky Ranger wing. All right. See, I'm gonna do that with the smoke every time. This won't be a great shot, but... Okay, no punch. We'll see if it damages it. I know that there's a small chance for a regular grenade to damage it. It's not huge, but their under armor is weaker. Knocked it out. Close enough for government work. Two floaters dead. All right. So they fired at something over here. I mean, you're a scout, basically, so go scout. That's what they fired at. Oh, double kill! Nice job, Cristoforo. Averhoff. Or Averhoff. I don't know. But good shot, kid. Sniper rifle? Nice. Grenade launcher. Dead soldiers, dead soldiers. There's a silicoid over here, I believe. Alright, head this way. Yeah, we knew we saw one over here because it shot this civvy. Alright, time to impress me. It's a hit. And to really impress me? 97 and you miss? Unimpressed. Junai1776, thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome to the Echo. Glad to have you here. Ooh, Campaign 3? Yes. There are some changes, Havoc. There's... Hover drones are now in, so there's 3 tiers of drones now. Standard, alloy, hover. Some Terra units are more aggressive. Some more tweaks to the armor ratios on a lot of the enemies and the XCOM armor, so just little tweaks to the numbers. Bigger things, Celatids, the little floating acid spitters, can multiply every 7 turns. Except on Sidonia, where their multiplication, and it's capped at a certain point on most missions, but on alien bases in Sidonia, as far as I know, it is uncapped. They can just keep going. Which, when Hellraiser first told me about that idea months ago, I said I appreciate where he's coming from, but that could be exploited by a player to farm a lot of money. And since money is the biggest factor in hard mode, if someone could find a way to do it safely, they could just farm Celatids endlessly. Psionic Vision of 13 tiles is going to be bogus? Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Celatids now have a 13-tile Psi Vision. Zombies will now birth into chrysalids after a random value of like between 3 and 7 turns, even if you can't see them and haven't shot them. So eventually they will just chrysalid. One thing that was a really good change, chrysalids, both standard and spitters, now check against target armor. So it's not just instantaneous that you're going to get zombified. Your armor actually matters against chrysalids now. And that's big. Celatids, not silicoids. Celatids are easy to kill. They don't have high armor and they have relatively low health. Silicoids are not the multipliers. Celatids, the floating acid spitters. Explosives are not required to kill those. They're soft. Even in hard mode. Yeah, that's a pretty common mix-up. Hey, this guy still didn't die. Ah, easy. Done. Talking about my girl. My girl. If you guys hadn't guessed, I picked my soldier. Go figure. It's always either a Nordic or a Slavic chick. That's just the ones who always perform, so... He's not dead. Is he gonna die on the turn? Fucker got sniped. Annoying. Oh, hi! Fuck! I couldn't see past the Reaper. Nice shot. Teamwork makes that dream work. Open the door, let the shot roar. Everybody do the dinosaur? I'm very loopy because I have not slept well all week. I'm sorry. You need to move. That was 3 floaters, yeah. It got one that we couldn't quite see yet. Brother. Here. That got him. But yeah, that shot did 3 hits and we heard 3 deaths, so. Firefighter. Oh, that's cool. Would make sense. All the fires and all the explosions. Of course, he should probably wait till the fucking aliens are dead, but, you know, I appreciate his gusto to do his job. Alright, there was nothing primed, so that's good. I had to check because I didn't remember if he had anything primed that he was holding. Speaking of primed, don't forget to use your Prime subscription if you've got an Amazon Prime linked to your Twitch account. Don't let that go to waste. Only 1. I think that's the first XCOM death. So. My allergies really need to stop. No bite. No bite. Bad Reaper. What was he shooting at? Bad Reaper. Bad alien doggo. Exactly. That's what he was shooting at. Is that guy trapped in there? He is. He cannot get out of there. Because there's a box there. The Reaper's not trapped. He can get out here. You're right in the way, dude. Alright. Step here. Okay, let's just wait for an aimed shot. Yeah, he can't move. Unless he can move diagonally there. I don't think he can get out of there. He can probably make that diagonal move, though, so. Excuse me. What a week. Small launcher with an incendiary bomb. It's a good thing that firefighter's right there. The dude with the small launcher just got wrecked. Cool. Yeah, so they definitely can get trapped back there. Because there's not a viable path. Alright. Oh, another thing that's different. Not only is Illyrium much more valuable and harder to get, power supplies only have 25 instead of 50 in each one. So you get half as much, too. Yep, he fired that grenade launcher and it blew up him. All right. Yeah, you can't craft blaster launchers or blaster bombs. Those can only be recovered. No, but Illyrium is used far more than you use it in the base game. Like, by a substantial amount. You can beat the base game with 12 Illyrium. You're not doing that here. Silicoid. And someone else with a plasma weapon still. Navigator upstairs going berserk, blowing up my shit. At least it's not power supplies. Killed himself. Whoa! Alright, got a silicoid close. Danger close, silicoid! Oh! The smoke put his fire out. Big hit. Okay, good. Throw this to him. Or him. And then shoot this guy. We hit it twice and it's near a proxy. Okay, so they can cross there, but not here. So that floater is 100% stuck in that craft. Okay, that's not where I wanted that, but that's where I clicked. Wherever you go, that's where you are. There's an alien over here with a plasma. Yeah, because he shot and killed them. Firefighter, fight fire. Bang, bang. This is dangerous. With the lights out. This is dangerous. Here we are now. Entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now. Entertain us. I think I just killed a civvy with that high X. Damn it. There's the tank, too. Fuck! Don't know where that silicoid went. Brother. Thank you. Good. Gonna be hard to throw something back there, and I don't want to blow away the objects that are keeping him trapped. But I don't want to shoot at him because he's not able to move every turn, so he's gonna be sitting on his time units. I know. I'm moving closer slowly. I have played before. I am aware. Played this game a few times, once or twice. All right. Dude, get out of the way. No, that's not where I wanted that. Ah, yeah. Fuck. Too many losses. There's another one over here shot somebody, so there's another floater over here still. And a silicoid. Where's the floater? I found the floater. That was the best you could do. All right. Ah, silicoid passed out. You can see it bleeding right there. I thought he was going berserk, but it didn't say berserk. But, no, he was just flipping out. The hard mode command should work. Let me make sure it's turned on. Nope, for some reason it's turned off. Now it's on. That command should work now. Cool. What's up, Orbital? Hello. He is bleeding, so he's already hurt. All right. Let's go here for now. You... He's bleeding. Hell yeah. Talking about my girl. My girl. Why you have to go and make things so complicated? You need to come back this way, because you're probably going to deal with this float turd. You've been standing in a bad spot. That floater might have been able to get a line on you. So Silicoid inside died. I think there might just be the one floater inside left. He's awake and... Oh, nope, there's more because he's passed out. That did take out the other proxy. Oh, we know this guy's left. Duh. What's up, Firestorm? Good to see you. Nice work, civilian. Hope that don't kill you. Shouldn't. Not bad. We did lose some there, but it's a terror mission. And it's a massively negative score still, because this number is still a little stupid. And this isn't okay. We lose double the score when they go down. And we have, like, no say in that half the time. Any explosion, any collateral damage. Still not sure if this offsets the uselessness of terror missions, honestly. Yeah, I even saved 2 and my score is still massively negative. I just know that we'll find more of this stuff, and I don't have that much storage space. And we need money. Three losses? Ugh. Alright. Still in the green for a little bit. Okay. Not exactly how I wanted to start, but... Okay. Good throwing accuracy. Usually, if they live for a couple missions, my people have really good throwing accuracy because I chuck smoke grenades all day, every day. That's really good stats. And Nico Toldi? Is that Hungary? It is. Red on top. Okay, yeah. All right. Replacing those tanks, eating into the profit. All right, explosive ammunition's almost done. Let's get some of those actually made that we can use. All right. We have been live for about 3.5 hours. I need to take a break. First break of the day. Probably the only one we'll take today before we wrap up. It is 4:30 my time. So we got a couple hours left, probably, at least today. So I'm going to take a break, about a 5 to 10 minute break. So stand up, stretch, get a drink, get a snack, do whatever you need to do. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. We'll continue with more of this first campaign. Could be the one that continues. I'm just rolling with the losses. We're playing pure Iron Man. Trying not to restart too quickly to kind of get a feel for it again. This campaign could very well die before it gets out of the first month. We're only 10 days from the end of the first month, something like that. So, yeah. Break time. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to continue with more XCOM hard mode UFO defense. And I'll see you guys in just a few. Be right back. Thank you for your patience during the break, folks. Let's see what other trouble we can get into. Probably lose this on the second month, given our score right now, and we'll adapt accordingly. Yeah, you get tanked in the first month, which I know, and then it comes down to if you detect what you need to in month 2. We'll see if we do. We're still in the positive, so we don't have to float any cash, but still got living quarter space, so I don't need to build another one yet. It's gonna be expensive, but okay. What's up, Ska? Welcome back. 12 months, that's a full year. Holy crap. Thank you so much, and welcome back to the Echo. Glad to have you here. Yep. What's up, Hill Home? Look at that. Holy crap. 30 months total. 29 in a row. Hello, hello, Mr. Hill Home. How's it going, brother? Hope you're doing awesome.
Oh my goodness, Hillho. Cheers, Hillhosep.
Yes. Oh my goodness, indeed. Nice. Okay. Let's go support drones. Yes. Heavy cannon. High explosive hammer. Nice. All right. There's got to be some activity. Come on. Come on, game. All right. What I got to remember to do next time is you can change the tank rocket launcher into a tank cannon, and I got to remember to do that. Almost done with support drones. Awesome. So, Voldaris, thank you so much for the 500 bits.
XX Voldaris XX cheered.
Thanks.
X500. Hype Train PYR0N Hers the Voy 51 salute.
Thank you so much for the 500 bits and the hype train. You guys rock. So I don't know if it would be worth going after this base in month 1. Because even if you got maximum score from that, which is around 1,500, you're not going to offset this. Thank you, Gleaser, for getting 2 more subs. One of them hit Orbital, and the other one A for Ventus. 2 names I recognize. Awesome, thank you so much. So you might just leave it for the beginning of February, and then just use that to buffer your score. Especially because I don't think I'll have drones quite in time anyway. Large radar's done, that's good. I'm going to be paying that, no. Because I'm going to be paying them for just a couple days. Support drones, excellent. It's got to be alloys into the alloy frame into the better stuff. All right. Supply ship going to the base. That's going to be a nighttime supply ship. I just made... What? Did it sell them still? That's what happened, isn't it? They were still on sell. I'm just an idiot. Okay. It's fine. Alright, so our score is going to be tanked in month 1. That's expected at this point. Yeah. That is just a brutal hit, but you take it. I wonder if there's any way I could get a Sky Striker fast enough to get a couple more people there. Patched in what way, Cursed? Yes, Bluegrass. If I have a negative score, if I have a terrible score this month, the campaign's over. It should be, but if I'm pretty sure that if you land at a terror site and you don't complete it and you dust off, the terror ship then takes off and might even be able to recause another terror mission. Yeah, I have no idea, Cursed. I didn't see it specifically in the patch notes, but I didn't look for it, so. It's a fighter. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Fine. Okay. Okay. Good enough for me. Too heavy. Get their strength up first. All right. Let's do it. Streetlights are nice. That's the map edge. Just get that out of your hand, though. Should have grabbed the one on their belt. Time unit efficiency was better. I'm gonna use one. Smoke didn't... I needed to throw the smoke further to the right, but I can dip off the other side of the ramp first. Well, there's the craft. The streetlights are nice because they're giving me illumination. Even in a nighttime map. That makes a huge difference. Hello, boys. %? Not in my book. Not in my vocabulary, game. This is a fighter. It is a small craft, roughly the same crew complement as a medium scout, but much more dangerous in the air. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fighter. Get dunked upon, gray guys. This is how you get dunked. Boom! What did you hit? A mosquito? She hit the ground, I guess. Uh-huh. And then... Whoa, hello. I don't like that. Can we give us some cover? Thank you. Not gonna have a good shot. There's a chance. Make the tree. Unless they chuck a grenade at us. We've got good vision of obfuscation. They can't see us very well. Yeah, that's right. Get dunked. Hello. I think you deserve one of these. Gotta love hard mode. Oh, come off it. Ah! That'll do. Thank you. Yeah, that was a good shot, you idiot. All right. What a dumb shot. All right, well. Are you kidding me? That has nothing to do with the ammo. That shot shouldn't take place if it's obscured and the game takes the shot anyway. Because that wasn't a forced shot. That was the game just saying, yeah, I can make that shot. And then clearly not being able to make the shot. Well, that's my point. There needs to be a threshold by which the game realizes that a single pixel isn't enough to warrant saying that the shot is okay. It's not the first time we've run into that. Oh, I mean, it'll be the last if it's going to cost me potential, soldiers. I'll just start screenshotting every shot in first person before I take it and making sure it's not trying to shoot a single pixel gap. I wouldn't exactly call it lucky that it didn't hit us, and would have been lucky if it did hit us. For them. Fucker. I don't need a running count. Thank you, though. All right. Got one outside. Should be facing towards the drone. Yep. Well, this way, at least. I expect one to walk out and shoot at the tank because it's now location aware. Missed a little too close to us, but might actually be able to make that work. Step back enough. Walk this way. Two more. About to pass out. Yeah, because she got injured. Shouldn't be mutual vision there. Couldn't quite make the shot, though. Nice. One more? That's our best soldier. She's gonna be out a while with those wounds. It would take 3 doors for him to reach where he can hurt us. He's not moving out. Pistol and a blade. He's probably going to walk up and blade the drone. If I had to take a guess. Let's not crossfire each other. Didn't do it. Okay. He didn't even come through the door. Now's the opportunity. No close quarter stuff like in Files, so. Alright, all we lost was One drone. Not the worst thing. Okay. Keep selling these for now. Well, the last one didn't count as killed. I don't know how it calculated it. He was alive when it ended, but we don't have containment, so we got his corpse instead. Yeah, he wasn't dead. So, just a quick recap on these. Citations exist here in hard mode. They do not grant stats like they do in files or other mods. They are more just decorative embellishments to show what a soldier has accomplished, but they don't change the stats like they do in other mods. So, basically just a way to show what the soldier has experienced across however long their career winds up being, or how short it winds up being, whichever is correct. We're going to want another lab soon-ish, but they're expensive. We're at the very beginning of the month. Let's just give it a little bit and see where we wind up. Let's keep an extra drone on hand instead of just having the flat number we want. Storage. Okay. Alien alloys. Alien alloy airframe. That's where I want to go first. Okay. Eduardo, what's up? I try not to stay away from XCOM for too long, because not only do I enjoy it, but it is certainly the most popular thing as far as what I stream. But we just had kind of a weird stretch there where I was trying not to get too far into a run, waiting for this to come along. And this update for hard mode, and not wanting to get back into Long War, knowing that this was coming, and I didn't want to stop in the middle of a Long War campaign again. So I kind of just filled the gap while we were waiting on this, and we were playing a couple other fun games, and we'll continue to play those. I'll probably keep Tuesdays as like a variety day, or a roguelike day. FTL, Slay the Spire. I want to finish Halcyon 6, or at least keep playing it. I don't know how close we are to the end. I really enjoyed my time with it, but we'll just see when I can squeeze that in. All right. Yeah, we're starting to see it just dip down a little bit because this is drawing constantly. Another night mission. Couple wounded. back on. Sweeping bar. Good stats. You're a little too close to the front. You know what? No, that's fine. Stay near the front. Shotgunners keep getting wounded. Go figure. So, actually, we're going to have you step towards the front. Yeah, I don't want to risk this getting away. I am going to send an interceptor to keep it locked if it tries to take off. Like that. Medium scout, or large scout, excuse me, large scout. What's up, Arno? Good to see you. Was that a sentry and not a large scout, and I just didn't even realize it? Because I just lost an interceptor, which is awesome. Uh-huh. Alright. And of course it landed anyway. Shit, map. Yeah, I would have had to open the space anyway to build the Sky Striker, but yeah, not the way you want to do it. Yeah, it was a sentry, not a large scout, so I just misread that entirely. Far more dangerous than a large scout. Hi, boys. I'm gonna go over here, and... Oh, there's still a drone in the way. Here. The tanks can't get experience in this. It's not like files. Oh, that's a cool... I kind of middle-clicked without even thinking about it, but yeah. They can't gain stats, but sometimes it's just more about the efficiency of getting shit done. Yeah, there's no shortage of experience in hard mode, so... I don't tend to use tanks much past the early game because the damage coefficient of what enemies are putting out just kind of outscales the tanks, and you spend a ton on a tank and then watch it get one shot, it just doesn't feel worth it. I tend to just use drones and then soldiers. So, but in the early game, tanks are exceptionally good. Because your soldiers are exceptionally bad. Case in point. Deep in smoke, too. Like, he couldn't have been that close to me. And yet... Annoying. He had a heavy plasma. Definitely part and parcel with why that hurts so damn much. Tank is not gonna have a good time on this map with all this shit in the way. I'm trying to get you to shoot at a stationary tree stump. Which implies that there are tree stumps that are not stationary and are in fact ambulatory, which is terrifying in a way. Couldn't throw to him, but you could throw behind him? Alright. I need to be careful that there's not one over here. There shouldn't be. Yeah, something like that, Dov. Yeah. Cool. Dunked! So, side door, not center door, which I think is easier to deal with, you bitch and a half. Nah, not even bitch and a half. You're just a full bitch. 100%. It's all we serve here. 100% all bitch patties. Why did that have to land behind you? Don't think they're gonna have the time for this. Alright, I'll take it. Can't go that way, but can go this way once the drone moves. Probably short of where it was. That is so irritating. With a pistol, no less. Get shit on. Got one outside right there. Got him. That's why motion scanners are so invaluable. Because otherwise you gotta walk around that corner blind and he's looking right at you. Yeah. Not good. Not the situation you want to find yourself in. And if any of you tuning in, thank you all for being here today. It's been awesome. Are not as familiar with classic XCOM. Maybe you followed me for other games and are tuning in today. Or you play a lot of new COM. Whatever the case is. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I know classic XCOM better than most. Hard mode, I know about as well as the people who've played it a lot. I've played it more than most. But, trying to reacquaint myself to it. It's been since last year, last I played it. Early last year, too. Because it was like this time last year when I last played it. Oh ho ho! It's magic, you know. Got the other one. All right. Got one of them. They were closer together than I was thinking they were. That's why I was trying not to clear the corner, but I wasn't able to get the kill on him first. Can you move out of the way? It's not necessarily better that he shot the tank there either. The tank hasn't died yet, but it likely will, given the low health total. But in the early game, a tank is way more expensive than a soldier. It may not be more valuable. The potential upside value of a soldier is wherever their stats cap out, whereas a tank has a much lower value. Or intrinsic total value. But its initial monetary value and cost in the early game is substantially higher, so what are you going to do? Does this version of hard mode have the hover? Yes, hover drones are in this version. So there are 3 tiers of drones now. Nice. Hello, sir. Yeah, I'm fine with this. Uh-huh. You should just stay inside, you little shit. Alright, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna chuck this now. I want to clear out these trees and stuff. So that I can then put proxies by these doors. Because as it stands right now, I can't put a proxy there, because there's a frickin' log there. It was a great throw. What are you talking about? You just killed 2 aliens. Apparently, I have misjudged your accuracy, Anna. That's bottom door over here opening, I think. Yep. There she blows. There she blows. Out of range? I don't remember asking if it was out of your range. I think she nailed that. Nope, it looks like she might have overthrown it. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, she overthrew it a bit. Not as good as I would have preferred. What about love? You're firing over the Sky Ranger. He hit him. Good job. 4 of them still? Okay. No door. Right there. I mean, hell, do it again. Shot. That's the beauty of the indirect fire weapons like that. Is, you know, he's over here, Sky Ranger between him and the target. Target's in a little tuck-in between the walls, no direct line of fire. Just drop it on his head. Some of my favorite additions to the game. The grenade launchers and the change to the small launcher to essentially be the alien version of this with indirect fire being not only possible, but its primary feature. Okay. Ooh, you're not gonna have a lot of time units there. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Alright, I gotta put some normal grenades into my loadouts because I'm finding myself lacking those frequently. I dare you to move, you little gray shit. Should have stood still. I did it, AJ Havoc. I like the heavy cannons. I don't use auto cannons as much, but I like heavy cannons. And while I think that they're fine for a sniping weapon with just the AP ammo, I find that the explosive ammo makes those soldiers invariably more effective. Even though one of mine did hurt themselves and another soldier by shooting the landing gear of the Sky Ranger with their high X ammo, I do think that it's worth it. And it's a pretty short research. Like, it doesn't take very long to do. I don't know if I'd make it the first one I did, but I could see even some circumstances where that would be fine. Excuse me. My sleep schedule, as many of you know, I'm repeating myself for the billionth time, is always a bit wrecked with insomnia, but this week, with the internet down for multiple days and just being stressed about that and missing streams, I didn't sleep, like, at all, so... Excuse me. As you can tell. My apologies. Not hearing any doors. What turn are we on? Okay, so they'll start being aggressive. Be aggressive. He's coming out that door next turn. He's coming out. He wants the world to know. There he is. Okay, didn't come all the way out. All right, prime. That's right where we want it. Boom. Get boomed. Get dunked. Oh, we got one outside. How? Right here. That dude is on fire. All right. Out of range. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a kind of heavy piece of... Okay. You're not gonna like that, sir. Last boy. My boy. He ran this way or this way? I caught her. That's what I was seeing there. Don't lose the tank. I think he retreated inside. Probably pop out and kill my tank now. I didn't even hear a door. He must have been outside right over here, but I don't know why the scanner didn't catch him there. Thought it would have. Oh, he's outside. No connection. All right. Not bad. Little pricey. Not bad. Good stat growth. A lot of stats there. We're still coming out way ahead on the cost, too, so that's fine. Yep. Okay. Still dropping. I've had 2 successful missions with positive score, and we're still low. The goal is going to be to hit that base. I need to do it sooner rather than later, because it's ticking score daily. But we must be missing activity somewhere. Central Asia. It's not the biggest spike, though. Like, if you compare to what happened last month, it's relatively low. Okay. Almost done with the airframe. Improved Sky Ranger. I don't know if we'll have time to try the base today, though. If I'm honest. Because that's like to be a long mission. The way I play them. Yeah, we're still sliding down. It hasn't even gone up any. It's mostly just this. Each day it's pulling our score down. We'll see if I'll be able to build the Sky Ranger in time. The Sky Striker. I don't even think I'll have the time. That's the real kicker. Is how many days it takes to... Fuck, that's a supply ship. That could be a lot of score. I've succeeded in every hard mode campaign I've played before without building radar bases early. I'm not like to change that soon, so... We might not even make it up there in time, so we should definitely try. Well, we got to it in time. All right. Mountainous map. So, the cost of an alien base per day is 37.5 points per day. It's per base. Something like that. In the base game, it's like 7 points a day per base. So, substantial. Okay. Shared vision? How about we break that? No mutual vision. Thank you. Get dunked. I need that grenade launcher closer to the front of the ship. Two down. climb that just yet. Well, that's the other thing. A base doesn't start deducing daily score until the month after it's constructed. So all of the score you lose in the first month is just the multitude of ships and the base itself being built. The next month is when it starts docking your daily score. Yeah, if you take out the base, it's plus 1,500, which does not offset the 2,850 from the base building fleet. You have to do a lot more. Obviously, I know it's possible. I've done it before. But proposing it as, like, the way you should do it is essentially tantamount to the person telling me, well, you should just take out 4 bases in July in hard mode on Impossible Iron, in Long War on Impossible Iron Man, because that's what I do. You trying to take the drone out? That's ours. It's not that bad. It's more like drunk driving, a bad plan, and probably going to end bad. I would say anything as bad as drunk driving is pretty fucking bad. So, I have a personal tie into that, but yeah, that's a really shit comparison. What's up, Thor Snore? Because the comparison there is, yeah, it might be okay. You could murder somebody, but it might be okay. Headshot. Hello, boys. A little too far behind him. Probably not going to take him down. Not quite. One time unit short of shooting again, which would have been nice. All right, so we're at 1, 2, 3. We blew up a corpse. That's 4, 5. Not a ton, but we're making progress. This drone is alive with 1 health. Don't expect that to last. Yeah, that didn't kill either of them. Might have wounded them, but no elimination. I guess I just tend to not go after the base in the very first month unless something else happens to make it worth feeling like it's worth doing, because I find it to be more consistent to not. Yes, you give up the first month score-wise, but even if you take out the alien base and do it with relatively low losses, there's no guarantee you're going to offset the score, and you might still have a terrible month anyway. So, in fact, I think very often you will still have a terrible month. You're basically gambling on taking out the alien base and a very large and some small ships and the terror site in month 1 without losing so much that you lose anyway. Well, that's the thing. So you do it because you can never find UFOs in February. That's why you leave the base. Because you're almost certain to have a negative score in the first month anyway. You leave the base there as a 1,000 plus score pinata to ensure, or close to ensure, that February is a positive score. Got him. I mean, if the base doesn't recoup the 2,000 in February, then it's very unlikely it's going to recoup the 2,000 plus in January. That doesn't math. Excuse me? Fuck you. Right, again. Extremely gamble versus, you know. I play for consistency. That doesn't mean I won't lose here. I have to reacquaint myself with hard mode. But I'd rather go for something that, in my experience, will be more consistent than taking a huge gamble. If he just flew up in the air, he wouldn't have set off that proxy. There's a few of them in there. So that one's there. Could be there, technically, but... And you also said very larges, as in plural. So you're talking about doing a lab ship, a battleship, and a base in the first month. I don't see that playing out consistently very often. I see that resulting in a lot of restarts. Womp womp. Also, look at the situation I was in mine. We didn't detect a single one of the base building fleet while they were still in the air. We only detected one very large, not two. Even if I go after that very large and get a basically perfect score on it, and then get a perfect score on the base, I'm still going to be down 800 points and still get a terrible score. Only one, but got him. Okay, he is bleeding. Okay, we need to step one tile away from him in case he goes down and drops that proxy at his feet. All right. And like I said, I don't know that my way will work here. Hard mode has changed at least a little bit since I last played it, so we'll see. He's just one time unit short of 8. He's not even over. It's just bad rounding on his stats. Yes, sending the Sky Ranger out for spotting is great, but sometimes you send it out and you're a week off of when the fleet's gonna show up. So, yeah, it can work if you get lucky. What can also happen is you go out and you stay out as long as the Sky Ranger can, which is multiple days, run out of fuel, go back to refuel, and then those very larges you want to go after land and do their shit, and you can't go after them because you're refueling. You can also be attacked in the first month at your base. So leave your Sky Ranger out there and then get attacked, and you're going to be restarting anyway. It's not likely to happen, but neither are any of the other hypotheticals we're talking about. Yes, I'm aware interceptors can spot. If you go back and look, I sent the interceptors out, but we didn't detect a single thing until the fleet was already all on the ground. Our radar never detected anything. You can guess at when they're going to show up. That doesn't mean it'll be right. I'm not assuming your way doesn't work. You're assuming I'm assuming your way doesn't work. I'm saying I don't think it's consistent. If it is for you, that's great. But I'm not new to this. You also said, because of mistakes I assume you make. I don't think it has anything to do with mistakes. You can play perfectly and still lose in those situations because the game doesn't give a shit sometimes. You don't have to make a mistake to get utterly destroyed by a blaster launcher shot. and lose your entire crew on a very large. So mistakes doesn't have anything to do with it. Consistency is why I wouldn't do it. I think it's more that, because I'm just going to be blunt, every time I'm doing something, you're referring to how you do it, and whether it is meant to be this way or not, it comes across as backseating. Because you're constantly relaying how you've done it in your campaign every time I do something different, so it comes across as you constantly reiterating it as if you're saying, without saying it directly, you should do it this way. It's the sideways way of saying, of not agreeing with the way someone does something, but instead of just saying that, saying, well, have you tried it this way? When it's posed as a question like that, it doesn't soften the aggravation of it. I haven't played hard mode in a year. I'm trying to get back into it, but I'm constantly having to read about how I should be doing it when I know how to do it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, blew up a corpse there. 6, 7, 8, blew up a corpse there. 9, 10, 11, blew up a corpse there. 12, roughly half, something like that. I understand it, Cursed. It's just the insistence on doing it your way doesn't work for everybody. My playstyle's very different. Before I even played, before I even got to the first stream of Hard Mode Campaign 3, I was reading in Discord about, I hope you do this, this, and this time. I approach it my way. And it works for me. What's up, Edmund? No additional challenge, just hard mode. Superhuman Iron Man, but that's just the way I always play. But, hard mode got an update, and we are diving into that. You're a prick. I shot. I gotta remember this grenade, and I don't want to throw it here. I don't want to blow up more bodies than I have to, but the reality is that we're gonna put a proximity grenade here. I'm just gonna get rid of this grenade for now. I didn't pre-prime a proxy on anybody, did I? No. I probably want to put one there. It's gonna blow up some bodies, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to keep up with chat. This is a tank. It's a tank cannon. Better than the one in the vanilla version because its shots are high explosive in a relative, like a auto cannon or a heavy cannon high X shot. This guy's gonna be a pain. So we're gonna have to go talk to him. He's probably the only one left exterior to the ship, so... I think we have a proxy at both doors. But there was shared vision there, so we don't have enough smoke. He could actually see us on that door. I don't know Thor Snore. I know that he mentioned looking at it a number of times. I don't know what that actually translated into. I know that Hellraiser said he shifted the distribution of or the number and amount and type of aliens on the surface of Mars to be more sectoid elites and less ethereals, which means they're pretty resilient. Sectoid elites are tough to kill, but they shouldn't be as aggressive or as intelligent or as capable of pinpointing our location. I still don't think it's going to play out like that. I still think blaster launchers are going to be a major issue, but we'll have to see. Odds on a floater in hard mode dying to a proxy is... It's got to be slightly better than a 50-50. Not much. But I don't know for sure because their stats might have changed some. I know Hellraiser adjusted some stats. Some armor and some health for aliens, so it might be different than what I remember previously. One thing I do know that was added that wasn't in hard mode before, and we'll see it eventually, is when you do an autopsy on an alien, you get their stat sheet in hard mode now, in the UFOpedia. So you can actually see their armor and resistances and so forth. You had to refer to the wiki previously, and it wasn't all in there, and most of what was in the wiki, I put in there from screen capping and exporting from the game. So now you should have the combat analysis in-game once you do an autopsy. So that will be nice. He ran to the other door again. Door. Entrance. Not even quite all the way over there. Good. Can I hit him with this? Hit me with your best shot. Get dunked! Grenade launchers are so good! Well, the intelligence score is more about, yeah, you don't need the intelligence to maintain the location, because the blaster launcher's the fucking width of the screen. But higher intelligence means they retain your location longer, which means it's a more continuous threat. But again, usually if a blaster launcher's a threat, it's a threat once and then you're dead. So, continuing threat is not normally the problem with a blaster launcher. It's the fact that it's a threat in the first place that's a problem. In my testing earlier in the week, because my internet was out, I couldn't do much anyway until I tethered to my phone and I could do a few things online, but so it was like being in the early 90s again with no internet. I was just playing XCOM, but I was playing hard mode. Just kind of practicing and trying to reacquaint myself. And I went after the first battleship in the first fleet. And it was great for like 25 turns. Lost 2 soldiers, but had killed a ton. I also think he way upped the number of terror units on some of the ships, because there were like 22 terror units on the battleship. And before it was like 16. Tons of Reapers and a handful of Silicoids. Everything was going great. And then on one turn, I ate 3 blaster launcher shots, and it killed literally every one of my units. So, sometimes the game just decides, you lose. Doesn't matter how good you are, doesn't matter how good your plans are, doesn't matter how, you know, how experienced you are at the game. Sometimes hard mode particularly just goes, you'd fuck that. Yeah, if you get a bad map, it's fucking over. You get a bad map generation for a battleship, and you just pack it in. You're like, I guess I'm re-rolling. New start! Standard-ish UFO back in the 90s, I always modded blaster launchers out of the game. Really? That's interesting. I mean, I guess it takes them away from you, but there were a lot of campaigns I played where I just didn't use them because they are so powerful. Same reason I don't use psionics in the middle of the game, but left them in for the enemy, because the reality is that in vanilla UFO defense, blaster launchers are not that big of a concern. It sucks when you eat one, but this is not that big of a deal. And the enemies are terrible at using them. They're pretty bad in hard mode sometimes too, but they only have to be good once. Yeah. That'll do it, Cursed. That'll do it. Alright. Ha ha. Ha ha. Get fucked. That blew up the heavy plasma. That's rude. I mean, at that point, if it's just gonna blow up shit that's there on the... I'm just gonna keep chucking them over there. Like... My favorite food in the world is cheese. I ain't gonna not have it in my game, too. That's upstairs. Yeah. They did miss like 3 or 4 blaster launch shots in that first round in the first try in the previous run. Yeah. On the first round. And then... then they sighted their damn rifles or whatever, because it did not continue that way. They did us dirty. You know what I should do is this. Get it through the door. Now it'll blow up inside. What's the under armor on this? It can survive a proxy. It should take no damage. Yeah, exactly like that. She's not very strong. Strong enough. Sweet. Proxy in the door. That is what you are. Gonna blow you up. Let's get some more. You can put this here. This here. Oh, they were in last hard mode, I think. Alien proximity grenades, too. So you have alien grenades that are proximity grenades. That's nice. Because proxies kind of fall off once you're fighting anything harder than a snake man. They just don't do enough damage. But alien proximity grenades, those stay relevant much longer. What's up, Cool Dan? Yeah. And we haven't had any issues so far today, knock on wood. I just knocked on my desk and Gibbs looked at me like, did someone knock at the door? No. Come on, guys. And probably after today, this run is going, if it doesn't die in February, which we might not get to the end of February today, because I don't think I'm going to have time, I won't have time for the alien base today. And that'll kind of be one of the determining factors on if we get through February or not. If we do, we'll start naming soldiers. If not, we'll be starting again, and then everyone who's signed up, I'll put you on a list. I'll make a list sometime after stream or tomorrow, and start getting you guys slotted into your requested class, and then go from there. Oh, I need to get the wheel back up so that I can spin your random ones, too. I'll have to remember to get that set up before the next stream. Ugh. I guess I should do this. I need to replace the proxy that's outside that door. I'll have to do that next turn. Ooh, I like that. If they're flipping out, that's a good sign. That's a very good sign. Okay, we've got them set up, like... This should be rough for them. Because if they're... Some of them are already panicking, and they start dying to these proxies... Got one. That was the interior proxy. You bitch! There's a guy outside. I guess I didn't scout comprehensively or completely enough. You loaded? You are. Cristoforo. Fuck that tree. You showed that tree what for? How much is it for aimed? I don't think this is gonna go far enough, but... if it had hit here, I think it hits him. Might not kill him, but I think it hits him. Of course, it didn't hit there, so it doesn't freaking matter. What's your strength? Yeah, gonna be too far. Don't miss. Thank you. He can definitely avoid that, but he might not. Goldie? Cover the drone. Oh, he's gonna pop. Nice! He walked right back into it. Get wrecked. They can't come through this door. There's a proxy on both sides. There's no proxy here now. That's just inside that. They must all be on the upper level. Perfect. Keep that going. I'm allowed to have expectations of these soldiers. They're low expectations, but... Look, if the only expectation is land a shot once in a while, even they should be able to accomplish that occasionally. Like, once in a blue moon. Okay, that's on command level. Because he's not back here. Yep. You're gonna die. Do you wanna die? Pop! He didn't die. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. Don't miss. See, I said it again. Right in the head. It's not his head, but it's a good shot. Aim small, miss small, right? Aim for the floater brain. All right. Double panic might be the last two. Oh, no, because I saw more than two things. Yeah, at least three. Okay. Well, he's not getting through two grenades. He's not moving. Why you have to go and make things so... Shoot the floater! I just clicked to this. I didn't want him to hit him. Nope. Calculated. Intended, in fact. 0%, but he clipped him. Oh, I forgot you were over here. Wow, how long did I forget that soldier for? I'm kind of bad. I'm trying not to fire an explosive over here because I don't want to blow up the body, but, I mean, fuck it. Like, at this point... Okay. Wait a minute. Tell me they're right there. Tell me they're right inside the door. Oh! Come on. Come on. Fuck, he doesn't have a rocket in. Okay, it's fine. We're gonna do it like this. Where are you? And prime and fucking throw. Get wrecked! Ha! What's up, bud? Here's the shot. Boom. Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. Didn't even lose a drone. You shot his heart, I blame you. Hey. That's good right there. That's a real clean supply ship. Ooh, that's juicy. Not even losing a drone? Hell yes. No injuries? You saw it here, folks. Just stand back and cheese with prox grenades for 20 turns. See, Cursed, your playstyle works on some ships, mine works on other ships, and then we both hate the ones the other does well against. The game just doesn't... It makes all my supply ships go reasonably well, and it makes all my very large ships go fucking horribly. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. $120 turns. Yeah, that'll do it. That's not gonna work. So good and tasty. I'm gonna hold on to a couple of these mine probes before I sell them all and realize I need them. Yeah, because mine probes go into building some of the... Yeah. For most of us they are, Andy. But for some people, they're one and the same, you know? Floater jerky sells great in the commissary. At the base, right in the cafeteria. We just, yeah. That puts our score probably right at 0 again. No, still pretty low, actually. So we recovered it. So if it was at, you know, this is negative 500, and we just gained 500 score, we're battling to keep it. This base is going to be a big part of that. But if you look at where the activity is... So this is the other part of what I was saying, to a degree. Yeah, you can build a radar, you know, another radar base, but Central Asia is where, and Southeast Asia is a tiny bit of activity. So Central Asia is where all the activity's happening. I'm getting a good chunk of Central Asia in my radar as is, so I could build another radar base, and my second base will likely be over here. But it's always possible that instead of that activity being right here, it's over here, and I never see any of it, so... Seer, what's going on? Doing okay, but we're not going to be here too much longer today, unfortunately. because I've only got about half an hour left in me, and it's not enough time to do the base. We've got a couple soldiers doing all right so far, though. Wow, actually very good there. Yeah, Curse, that's tough for me to believe. Not because I doubt him specifically, but because I just don't know. Also, I don't want to put 2 fucking large radars in my base. I guess I could destroy the small once I have this connected and put 2 larges until I have the hyperwave, but like all right. So let's see how long it takes to finish this improved Skyranger research. It should come up in the next day or two. It's maintaining? That's a supply ship, speed-wise. I just want to see where it's going. Is that full speed? No, that's a terror ship. Yeah, that is a terror ship. All right. You can finish this research anytime now, fellas. We're not going to have the Sky Striker by the end of the month, so that I can say for sure. Okay. Well, let's knock this out. $37 days, because only 10 of them can work on it at a time with the single workshop. The other part of that is by the time we build the other workshop, it'll be 32 days in. So I need to start a second workshop in month 1. Even then, you're going to get, what, 20 engineers on it? No, you'll be able to get... Okay. So that's definitely something I'll have to change if or when this campaign ends. I got to get that second workshop up sooner. Which is a good idea anyway. Okay. Yeah, definitely something I'll have to adapt. I've already put them on it, so there's no reason... Jeez, that's also 1.1 mil. Yeah, because the other workshop will be able to put them all on it right away. I feel like that got changed. I feel like that's a lot higher than it was before. Or the amount of workshop space it takes up got changed, or both. I feel like the hangar should contribute the bulk of the space needed, right? Probably doing it a little bit earlier. Or at least examining doing it earlier. It's a lot to think about. It's a lot to think about, that's for sure. Supply ship. And the fucking small took off. You bitch. Is it gone? It's still very low. Oh, God. Supply ships don't touch down for nothing. Yeah. They're building another base. Okay. I don't even know if I got time for this, but... Dude, there's no large rockets on board. He's got the one. Alright, he's got a second one. Alright, that's fine for now. No grenades. Alright. Hello, float turd. No tank. My tank wasn't destroyed. Was it out of ammo? I shouldn't have gotten into this mission. I didn't check the Sky Ranger's status. Oh, you can just eat a dick sideways, floater. Yeah, you missed because you suck! Just like your mom! Sorry, that was rude. Not how we want to start. Limited rockets, so... Okay. I was saying limited rockets, so I don't want to waste them. On single target kills. Always wonderful when shots don't even hit the ground. Mixed crew. Okay, so previously we had mixed crew, but they were always standardized in what was mixed with what. So that's cool. I don't want to waste rockets on single target kills, but a triple kill. Absolutely friggin' worth it. Absolutely good eye. Oh, hello, sir. Get dunked. Get dunked again. Shotgun. get fucked. This is how you get fucked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9? 8 or 9. There were no mixed crews in the base game. In the original vanilla game, the only mixed crew were terror units. But there were zero other... It was sectoids or floaters or snake men. You never saw two primary species together. Yeah. You did in hard mode, but not early, and I don't remember the earliest I recall seeing floaters and sectoids together. It was certainly not this early. That'll work. Sneaky son of a bitch. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Yeah. That hasn't the angle. Yes, it will play a death sound if they die while bleeding out. They bleed it out and dig it deeper just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. Didn't kill that one. But I doubt he's feeling good. Oh, no, he is definitely not feeling good. Yes, I've seen a couple aliens stand up, back up. If their recovery is enough that it can overcome the stun damage they have, they can stand back up even while they're bleeding. It's extremely uncommon, but I have seen it. Mutons, stuff like that. Muton elites, absolutely. Chrysalids, because they have such high stamina recovery, can definitely get back up. Because what puts them down isn't the bleeding itself, it's the stun damage they take. In, you know, along with it. There's no bleeding in XCOM. There's no bleeding in XCOM. There wasn't in the original. You're all right. All right, let's cover that with some smoke. Smoke on the sand dunes. Excellent throws. All right, you come this way. And you come this way. And you come this way. I didn't leave a drone out, did I? I did. Ooh, someone set it off. I did leave a drone out. Oh, he went down. Him's bleeding. You're not that weak, kid. Come on. Put some muscle behind that throw. You guys stay here. Okay. He's gonna go around behind, is what he's gonna do. Oh, nope, he's stupid. Get destroyed. I mean, the thing is, like, something like that, I've probably done a couple times in all the time that I've played. But the dumbest mistake I've made is we were doing what was I doing? Oh, the smokeless. I was doing my first smokeless challenge run, 0 smoke grenades, superhuman Iron Man. And I lost on money. I just went broke and didn't even think about it because I never think about money in XCOM anymore unless I'm playing like hard mode. And I just went broke like 2 months in a row and they canceled the program. And I was like, I don't think I've ever lost like that before. Just paying 0 attention to it, so. Oh, it's a long day left still. My day doesn't end here. I mean, it was completely foreseeable. That's why it was so stupid. Just wasn't paying any attention to it. I mean, the first hard mode campaign. We're on Mars. We're already low on soldiers. We're already low on supplies. And I miss a waypoint and blaster launcher the floor right in front of a soldier and kill 2 of my remaining 8 soldiers. That's probably up there. That was in Mars, on the finale. In the base. And I'm already that close to losing, and then I killed 2 of my own people. Yeah, that's up there. Fucking walk through the doors already! Huh? Okay, hold on. Okay. All right. Oh, they're coming. Come on, floaters. Or sectoids, in fact. The leader here would be a floater, though, because it's a floater ship. So, don't have to worry about psionics. If I did, I feel like I would have already been dealing with them. We're not at the aggro turn yet, so... We are now. They are now aggressive. Very aggressive. Guys, we got Girl Scout cookies out here, or whatever it is floaters are into. Let's go. You're a computer, but I'm way more stubborn than you, I guarantee it. Alright, that guy's coming through the door. Okay. You bleeding? Hello. Yeah, he had a small launcher. That's why his wife left him. Sorry. That was rude. That's a damn good throw. Shoot me with that. Come on. Come on, shoot me! Come on! Kill me, I'm here! He'd kill himself, is why I wanted him to shoot it. Come on, do it! Do it now! Fucking yes! What are you waiting for? Come on! Kill me! We got 4 there. Seven plus probably a few in the middle. Yeah. Round about 10. Ooh, thread the fucking needle. I don't have any proxies over here. Fuck. Heads up. There's always one more. That's a fact. I gotta tell you, though, they need to go quick. I do not want to end in the middle of a mission, but I am running out of time. We already checked those. No one has a proxy. That one's still active. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Berserk can kill each other. Like, that would be ideal. Alright. Running out of smoke, too. Uh-huh. That's 3 separate soldiers panicked and a sectoid. So that's 4 units that have panicked in the last 2 turns. 3 of them on the previous turn. Reaction training. That's a rarity. Another death could instill another panic. Another panic check. I'm okay with being pretty aggressive here because there's a decent chance we wind up restarting next time anyway, just so that I can do some things in the early game a little bit better. Or at least plan out how I want to do some things. Whether they turn out better or not will be highly variable. Yeah, but they never get to be aimed if I don't get a campaign going, so the goal is to get them named, you know? Navi berserking. Okay. What's up, bro? I can't shoot. There's an alien in the way. Shoot the alien! What are we doing? Sup, guys? I didn't expect them to be in there. I don't want to do that. Well, we'll figure it out. I didn't mean to put that in his hand, but sure. I expect this drone to die. Ah! Freaking allergies! Stop itching, nose! No one likes you. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Hi. Can you fire that small launcher at me? Come on, man. Come on, do it! Bitch. Oh, you dropped your gun. I wonder what that blue arrow means. I had to be careful because he can pick up a weapon. So he needs to die. I should have done an auto shot on that last one, not a snapshot. 5 lives! Yes! Welcome back for 33 months. Coming up on 3 years real soon. That is absolutely awesome. Yes, indeed. Back to the classic. I mean, the modded classic, but... that's what I want, is to keep them panicking and berserking. That's 3 of them with no time units. Hey, 5 lives, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community. That is absolutely awesome. TNT, Absinthe, and a few others. Very much appreciated. Hello, sir. You don't have a weapon. There's a weapon behind you, though. I'm gonna stand on that. You don't need to touch that. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll keep it warm for you. Hello? Can I get to you? She's gonna be looking the wrong way if I do it like that. What about you? Beautiful. 5 lives, thank you for gifting another sub to Cool Dan. Much appreciated. That is awesome. Alright, step this way. I'm glad you are, and I'm glad you're able to be here. We are having some fun. Now it's all gonna fall apart. Okay, there's like 1 left. That was very quick turn. 2 left. But where are they here? Hold on. Five lives, thank you for gifting another sub to Dov. What the hell? Okay, there's 1. Where is this guy? Is he behind? He has to be behind that door. Mm-hmm. He has to be right there. I think. He's not there. And he's not. Oh, is he there? Is he in that tile? No weapon, so... Okay. So just that guy with a pistol. I think that's the last one. And he panicked. Did he stand still? His weapon's not on the ground. He has 0 time units, but he's still armed. And I don't know if I can close that distance. I can't close it on this turn. No. But I can try. Oh, ho, 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 sir! Sir! Ugh. No rockets. No tank. Second in a row, clean supply ship. No losses. Yeah. Five Lives, I almost feel bad because it's so great to see you and I'm glad you're back, but we're like wrapping up right now. It's my Saturdays have been a little bit earlier because of other obligations recently, but oh. Okay, so that's a battleship, which means they're building another base or something. Yeah, fucking... Even if I so yeah. Shit, I might have to hit 2 alien bases. Well, fucking figure out where it is. I'll have to figure that out. But that was 2 good supply ships back to back, which would normally set your score in a great position, but yeah. Okay. That is going to be where I wrap up for today, folks. Great to see all of you. I had a blast today. I'm glad to be back playing some classic XCOM. That is where I've got to wrap up. I started a little bit late, and I've been wrapping up right around this time every Saturday because of a number of other things I've had to do. I had a blast. Got to reacquaint myself with hard mode. Figure out the changes that have happened as far as score, manipulation, and so forth go so that we know exactly how we need to approach these early months. This campaign's good, but I have a feeling it won't make it through the end of the month just because of score. So, we'll probably be restarting again. Anyone who signed up, like redeemed for a soldier, I'll be making a list and we'll start keeping a roster sheet. And then once we start naming soldiers, we'll start assigning people and going from there. So it should be a ton of fun. I'm looking forward to it. No stream tomorrow. Small chance of a stream Monday, but the next time for sure will be Tuesday. Tuesday will probably not be XCOM. Tuesday will most likely be FTL or Slay the Spire. And then Wednesday, we'll come back for more hard mode. So, that's the plan. I'll let you guys know if anything changes. Thank you all for tuning in today. This last week sucked. I basically didn't get... The last time I saw you guys was last Saturday. I was out Tuesday because of a migraine, and then my internet went down Wednesday because of some damage to some lines, and it didn't come back up till about 9 or 10 o'clock last night. So, it was a long week, but I had a ton of fun today. You guys are awesome. We had a great turnout. It's good to see all of you. Some of you coming back for the classic XCOM. It's going to be here for a while. This campaign's going to take a while, and I'm looking forward to it. You guys rock. Keep being awesome, and I will see you all next time. Right here in the Echo, where each and every one of us has a voice. Good night. God bless. Be good people. I'll see you next time, folks. Adios. Yeah, Dictator, we're just wrapping up. But check out the VOD. It was a fun one. And I'll see you guys next time.